This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Look at this gorgeous view that we've just come across as we're traveling out west. We have just come across this gorgeous Springbok this afternoon. We are having a warm welcoming this afternoon in the Kalahari, starting your afternoon sunset safari drive in the live African bush. And on drive this afternoon, we have got in Djuma, Steve, and in Djuma as well, Trishala, and Ngala. We've got Trico, Pridelands, Mike, and Tswalu, myself, and BK. So we will be doing your drive in the African bush this afternoon, and as we come across this gorgeous, stunning Springbok males this afternoon, we have just couldn't resist it to come across and just stop and had a good look at these gorgeous, stunning, multicolored animals. But so beautiful seeing these stunning animals in this stunning dune streets as we come across going out further west. And in that sentence, welcome to Safari Live this afternoon. And it is definitely a much rather warmer afternoon than the last couple of days. Welcome everybody, welcome to your live African safari in the bush this afternoon in the Kalahari to start up with. But just stunning for us to come across, like I said earlier, seeing this beautiful, stunning two Springbok males. Now this male that we focused on here, you can see his horns is very stunning structured on his head there, you can see there. And this particular male, he's the territorial male of this particular area. That's why he's looking much stronger than the other one. And this is a young male that's actually just joined the older male in this condition, in this beautiful, gorgeous dune street, just out of a safety purpose point of view, for comfort in an area where there's such beautiful amount of cheetah populations in this particular areas, as long as with wild dogs and cheetahs combining up as top hunting predators. I am going to be your safari guide in the Kalahari this afternoon, and behind the camera, as I said earlier, is BK, and we will be trying to go out for the wild dogs this afternoon. But yeah, coming back to that gorgeous, beautiful Springbok that we're looking at there, just so beautiful to start the afternoon off with that, in that gorgeous, stunning view, seeing them already starting to feed. As we were driving out west, I was already saying to BK, we were chatting about the temperatures and the light already changing, looking so much different already as we are heading into autumn. And we were talking about how much it looked like winter light actually already. And it's not winter yet, but yeah, we can see times have changed, climate is changing, and we can see we are heading slowly but surely for winter. But gorgeous seeing that beautiful open white belly, just as we were looking at that stunning Springbok male as well there. You can see the beautiful open white belly. Now generally in other seasons, especially the other seasons that we have, you'll see quite a bit of the red sand coming out here and there in the green Kalahari's regions. And so these red sands are reflecting a lot of heat back into the air, coming from the sharp intensity from the sun that reflects from the ground level up into the sky. So what happens is generally that white belly reflects it back into the ground. But more so interesting is that if you look at these Springbok, their backs are opening up like a book's page, basically. Generally when they are in areas when there's a nice breeze, typically in this dune street, you'll find the back strip on the back will open up tiny bit like a book's pages, and then the white band, a beautiful open white band, will reflect light also from the back upwards in the sky. So it's not just from the belly, but it's a two-way reflection from the back and the belly. And so from that back that opens up slowly but surely, just a tiny bit, it comes down to the situation that you would definitely have a formation of a nice reflection two-way there, but also they've got a thin piece of layer of skin on the back. So that thin piece of layer of skin catching a slight bit of a breeze coming through this dune street is also cooling down that thin piece of layer of skin as we're looking at this gorgeous animal being adapted into this gorgeous landscape of this ecosystem. But stunning to see a bit of a partnership situation happening here with these animals. So we're gonna have a bit of a longer look at these two beautiful springbok, and then we're gonna shortly start moving on again, try to find those African wild dog this afternoon, far out in the west. In saying that, we're gonna send you over to Steve to have a look at a nice other destination.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma, where it is a very warm 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. We've got some very nice Wildebeest here that are going between the shade and the sun. And my name is Steve, joined by Johan on camera. And as always, we are very excited to have you with us. It's going to be a day of bumbling from shady spot to shady spot because it's very warm. So like yesterday, we're probably going to catch up on some animals doing what they do. And if we don't find any animals in the shade, we will have to just make another plan. Don't forget, you are always welcome to send any questions and comments that you might have using the hashtag WildEarth. Throw it on the YouTube chat stream using the all-important @FC. Or if you are under the age of 18, please get your parents and guardians to send through questions to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. If you have not done so already, you can also go over to the live safari page on the website and you can submit your questions there. It's wonderful to see some gnus out and about. We're just outside of Tambeta itself, one of the Tambeta House, one of the offerings for visitors here in Djuma Private Game Reserve. The Wildebeest seem like they're quite comfortable to be going there. The brindled gnu, everybody, in case you weren't sure, also known as the blue wildebeest, very different from the white-bearded gnu we find up in Central East Africa. Very similar though, but the white beard and a few differences between them. The brindled gnu, because of those lines on the side of the body, makes it look as if they've been on the grill. They have not, of course. It is just a remnants of them trying to be zebras, apparently. What purpose it serves, I'm really not sure. Form of camouflage, form of sun protection. Hard for me to tell you, but they're probably about to go to the little pan outside of Tambeta for a drink. That looks like the plan. And here comes a boy from the right. He's missing out on all the action. He's wondering where his ladies are going. He said, ladies, stay here. Don't go out of my area. He's a beautiful specimen, isn't he? He's like, hey, this is my spot. Stay here. Don't go. He's got a very long, forlorn look on his face. I can't say I've ever seen a wildebeest that looks too happy with life, to be honest with you. They always look a little bit overwhelmed. It's so hard to keep this area up for the ladies, and they just leave. Go to another watering hole. Shame, poor dear. It is Saturday after all, everyone, and Saturday is always a nice day to be a little bit comical. So I hope you don't mind some of the humour that comes through. JP, well, wildebeest also knows gnu, gnu, gnu. That's where the noise, or the name gnu comes from, because they make a gnu noise with a lot more resonance than what I can put out. They also, something like that, but more nasally, much more nasally snort. But they do this loud gnu, gnu. And in the Masai Mara, it's actually unbelievable. Oh, here comes some more ladies. And some more ladies are coming from the right-hand side. I wonder if he knows that. There's a whole host more wildebeest on the way. He's feeling torn between this bunch of damsels and that. Poor fellow. Choices we have to make in life. And if he's not careful, they're all going to leave and go down to another watering hole. GNU. GNU. So that's where the sort of English name for GNUs came from. And obviously the name Wildebeest is a Dutch or Afrikaans name to mean wild cow, because the first people to this part of the world would have been like, these cows are a bit crazy. Because if you've ever seen wildebeest running around, they do look a little bit mad. And end of the day, they figured out they weren't actually cows after all, but the name Wildebeest stuck. Many of the old Afrikaans names that were introduced many, many, many years ago have stuck. Sugar bits, you love their fluffy tails. Well, indeed, they do have a very fluffy tail. And again, everybody, these tails do not serve much in the way of balance. Fly swatter extraordinaire. And looks like the one on the left there has spotted some impala under the bush, and it's been quite tentative about approaching. It's going, oh, maybe it's just a termite mound. If you get hunted by lions the way wildebeest do, it pays to be cautious. Pays to be cautious. The one behind is always like, no, there's nothing there. Keep going. Nothing there. Now, what we will see, everybody, and we've already seen it at the Talamati Pride in January, is that the buffalo are going to increase in strength due to the availability of food. So they're going to be harder to hunt. And you're going to see in the wet period a switch from more buffalo prey for lions to wildebeest and zebra. It's kind of a cyclical thing that the Kruger's been monitoring for years. First of all, the dense vegetation makes it more difficult for the zebra and the wildebeest to avoid the lions, whereas the buffalo, who are constantly in a battle with lions, are going to be much fitter and stronger with the vegetation. You might think the wildebeest and zebra are also going to be stronger. End of the day, it wasn't their fitness that was a question, it was their visibility. Visibility is a question. Wildebeest and zebra like to be out in the open areas, and they're traversing through long grass habitats to get to water, as would happen with the Talamati Pride that day, killing 3 wildebeest in the long grass, very close to each other with Tristan. So they have to be very careful, even if it means standing out in the sun, baking. Okay, well, it looks like a beautiful day here. I wonder what the weather forecast looks like for the rest of the properties.
It is very beautiful and very sunny at all our locations and quite warm. Like Steve said, those wildebeest and those zebras like to stay near the water. Well, so do I. We're here at Buffelshoek Dam, and in this kind of weather, this is the best place to be, near a dam, so that we can just sit and wait and hopefully find some elephants. Hi, everyone. It's me, Trishala. I've got Mpo on camera with me here on Djuma Game Reserve. We're on the northeastern side of the reserve now, and we're just having a bit of a look. At the moment, there's just some Egyptian geese by the dam wall. Other than that, very, very peaceful. Mpo and I have found ourselves a spot of shade. Critical at this time of day. And there seems to be less and less shade at Buffelshoek Dam these days. We managed to catch it just a bit in the shade of a knob thorn. There's those Egyptian geese. very reliable. You can always expect them and blacksmith lapwings to be near the dam. But I'm not just sitting at the dam because it's a nice peaceful place to be and because there's some shade here, but because I'm hoping that some elephants will appear. I've been seeing elephant tracks around the boundary, so we're just going to listen. Maybe we'll hear some cracking of branches. All of the indications to give us, or all the clues to give us an indication that the elephants are around. The occasional screech from a youngster that's being weaned, things like that. That's what we're listening out for. Hi, Mark. You say that this is such beautiful scenery. It really is. Buffelshoek Dam is a beautiful, beautiful dam. From this angle, you can't see as the dam moves eastward and it goes a little bit more north. It gets a little thinner towards the ends, and that's where it's especially pretty. We can just actually see it through this gap off to my right, where it extends to the east. There it's really shady and very, very green. Usually there's hippos hanging out on that end because the dam is a bit deep. So on that end it means they have to use less energy to stay afloat. They can just stand. If they're in the deeper end, they've got to constantly be buoying up and down. There's actually a nice spot of shade there. I might go and park there while we watch and wait and listen, in a bit at least. But you can hear the bushes quite quiet at this time of day. But if it weren't for this quietness and the stillness, we wouldn't really be able to appreciate when the bush truly comes alive around 5:30, when the sun's heat has subsided just a little bit. Hi, beach girl. You'd like to know what's my favorite time or part of the day on drive? It's the morning for me. I really like going out in the morning. It's nice and crisp, and the rising sun, just the golden light all over the place. I really love that. And when we exit camp on quarantine, it's on a crest, and the sun obviously rising in the east, it lights up quarantine beautifully. And if there's animals on quarantine, the sun is behind them as they're walking, and it's a marvelous, marvelous view. So I especially like it at that time. There's so much potential in the morning. All the things that have happened last night, you can follow up on, you can find tracks, and we're nice and fresh. So for me, definitely the morning. Here's the fallen over torchwood. Yeah, we once had a picnic under that tree. And now it is down. I quite like it though, because it adds some nice character to Buffelshoek Dam, because from the other side you can see where the branches have dipped into the dam, and it leaves these nice spaces for things like kingfishers. So this is where we had the malachite kingfisher fishing. A nice space for those birds to sit and just perch over the water. I love in the bush how something that can seem destructive or seem like a bad thing, how that can actually become a good thing, or is actually a good thing for other animals. By this tree falling over, it's created that nice space for kingfishers and other birds to perch over the water. Same with elephants pushing down trees. They create little areas that are covered, like sheltered areas, for small mammals and reptiles. Nothing ever really goes to waste out here. Everything is always useful in some way or the other. Well, I really do hope that some elephants come down. If not, we will move on, but I'm going to give it some time. So let me send you over to Tswalu. They've got some birds flying in the air.
Welcome back, everybody. If you look at what we've just come across here, we've got a stunning couple of vultures in the air. This is not something you get to see every day in the Kalahari. I mean, that is very, very cool, actually seeing these guys in their hundreds actually swirling through the air here. And they're just picking up on those buckets of thermals that's actually in the air here at the moment. I don't know if you can see, furthermore, they've actually gone quite far in a distance now, actually. We're losing visual more or less there. But yeah, just to come back to here, to me, BK, let's just go have a look at this. Actually, if you look at this picture that we've got here, the species that we've just seen coming across is the common vulture that you get all over Africa, actually. And this is the white-backed vulture. And you can see that predominant white back that's actually on the back there that you can see as it is. But yeah, there's some other species in amongst them as well here. Let me just have a good look. Is the lappet-faced vulture. And that's actually, they actually combine up together, flying together in that formation, all in the air, because if there's attention been drawn, then everybody goes at the same spot, basically. But yeah, what's been happening is that this species you find only in certain destinations, the northern parts, all along the northern sections of South Africa, and then it goes over into Botswana, Namibia, greatly into Namibia, and so on. If you look at the distribution map here, you can see here quite nicely indicated, looking at that, as you look at the map of South Africa there, where this animal, well, you find these lappet-faced vultures. And in sections of Kruger Park, you would see them as well. But yeah, very cool, actually, that we have come across these birds. And I see they're still swirling quite a bit in the air. I don't know if BK would be able to catch them there. They've gone across further to the south, actually. Yeah. Just on top of the cloud formations there as well, but yeah, becoming a bit of a difficult spot now. But yeah, both of these birds, so obviously the first reaction that we had was, yo, where's the carcass? What's happening? What's going on? But yeah, you can see these guys are purely just doing what we call aerial perching. So they literally gliding on the pockets of air sometimes, especially if you look on top of mountaintops or if there's strong wind in the dunes. You can see basically birds of prey from eagles' point of view, or hawks, or buzzards, or whatsoever that you could find sitting on top of thermals that comes up slopes and so on. And this is typically called aerial perching. And so they would do that scouting, scanning of the area, because they all got binocular vision. All of your predator-like birds have got their eyes situated in front of the head and not on the sides of the head like the herbivorous birds. And this is just due to binocular vision, so they can scan in long distances for their prey. And then obviously in this case with vultures, looking for carrion feeding, as well as obviously fresh meat and carcasses and things like that. And so
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live.
Welcome everybody. My name is Michael Anderson. Behind the camera is Niels, and you're joining us at Eco Training's Pride Lands Conservancy, where it is an extremely hot and humid late summer afternoon here in the Lowveld. Probably about 35 to 36 degrees right now. Now, what we are stopped here for, I'm in a little bit of shade. Not really, actually. I'm underneath a tree. The reason why is because I found something really cool. On this very large knobthorn tree is, in actual fact, a much smaller tree growing. As you can see, this long tap root that's going all the way down the side of the tree leads up to what I believe is a low-felt fig. Now, a fig tree is a type of a parasite. It is growing onto the outside of this knobthorn. Now, it's not taking nutrients directly from this very, very massive and huge knobthorn tree. What it's doing is it's just using the tree as a way of getting higher up, getting more sunlight. It takes a lot of the nutrients from the dying bark and the dust that blows onto this tree on the dusty winters. But as you can see, that root goes all the way down and actually connects with the ground. So it's actually taking most of its nutrients from the ground itself. In fact, if I go in here, you see that root coming all the way down. Even down there is the root going into the ground. I don't know if you can see it, and there's lots of grass in the way. There, the root goes all the way down there. So it's pretty incredible that the seed of this fig was probably eaten by a bird or a monkey of some sort and went all the way up into the tree, defecated, or when it was eating, left a fruit there. And that fruit germinated through a very specific set of events and sent its root all the way down to the bottom of this tree to get into the soil. That's something really awesome. I don't think we see that too often. Now, I'm pretty sure that's a low-felt fig. It might be a different type of strangler fig, but it's one of the few that grows in this area. The other trees that we see growing in others are large-leaf rock figs, which this is definitely not. But it's not the only thing that is busy parasitizing this tree right now. So the low-felt fig is parasitizing the tree, but this over here is in fact a type of fungus. This is called a bracket fungus. Now this top part here is died, it's no longer living, but this bottom part here is still alive, as you can see, sheltered from the hottest of the sun, and so it's still able to survive. And this is actually a very useful thing for us as guides. This part here, if we're able to use a knife and peel this off, it's very fibrous. It almost looks like pages of a book, and that, if you can get a hot ember onto that, will smolder for a long time. So So it's very, very possible to make lots and lots of fire with that. There are many other ways to keep the fire going. We'll teach you a little bit about that later, potentially, if we see some other plants that are good for it. But it is very hot, and our plan this afternoon is to head towards Leopard Dam. It's going to take us a little while to get there. Along the way, maybe we'll come across some interesting animals, sights and sounds, and we'll keep you updated. Got a long way to go. So let's hope on the way we see some cool stuff. Now, don't forget to send your questions to us. We'd love to hear some questions. I always love to answer the questions that you have on the show and answer them live here on Safari. So you can just register on the WildEarth website and send your questions to WildEarth, and we'll answer them on the show live. Any kids, please send your questions to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Maybe we'll teach you some more stuff. And also send us your comments. Tell us what you'd like to learn about on these bushwalks. Always wonderful to hear from you how we can better make bushwalks suit you. Bumblebee, it is really cool. This root here is everything that this tree needs to survive. It's in fact very important that this root doesn't get disturbed. And I'll show you on this thing here, Bumblebee. So I just moved this piece of bark. Nothing living under that. That's good. Just over there is actually a couple of the attachment lines that this root would have used to grab onto some of this bark material and hold it tight. I don't want to disturb it too much because it is very sensitive. If I accidentally snap this piece, I have to work very hard to survive. But it's attached here. I can feel it. It's very firm. I don't know. Here it's very movable. And here it's very movable. But right over there, it's attached strongly to the bark. So that's really awesome. It is like a power line. It's sending all the power, I suppose you could call it, that's necessary for this tree to survive. It's very small at the moment, but I can imagine in 10 or 15 years' time that this whole knob thorn will be completely surrounded in a girdle. That's what they call it when the tree gets surrounded. And the knob thorn will eventually die because of lack of sunlight or maybe some lack of nutrients, and then it'll just become hollow in the middle. And this will just be the only living matter in a circular lattice form. It's very beautiful. And this really is one of the largest knob thorns that we've probably got here on Pride Lands. Remember, Pride Lands had fences separating it from the Kruger Park, and so for about 50 years, maybe longer even, there weren't any elephants here. So all these trees like knob thorns, which is one of elephants' favorite trees to eat, would have usually been destroyed or debarked way before they got this size. So without the elephants around, they were able to grow these massive, huge canopies, which then creates perfect habitats for things. So while we head from here, this fig tree and this knob thorn, towards Leopard Dam, we'll send you over to Trishala.
We heard some elephants at the dam. Well, we were at the dam when we heard elephants screeching in the distance. So I'm just going off to find them. They didn't sound terribly close to the dam, but perhaps they'll move that way in a little bit. But I thought let's go out and find them. So we're now on Cheetah Cut Line, which is Djuma's eastern boundary. Also good to keep an eye out for tracks here, because this is the last area that Kalamba was seen in was pretty much this exact spot. Hi, Todd. You'd like to know what the funniest animal or interaction I've seen on safari was? Phew. It's amazing when, all your friends are over and you want to tell stories and we have all these things at hand, but when you ask Todd, I can't think of one. The first thing that does come to mind is one that BK actually told me about. When he and Tristan were on drive arrived together, they saw an elephant, a little elephant, chasing a civet. I thought that was very funny. I wish I had seen that. But one that I have seen, I don't know, a lot of the time when there are interspecies like confrontations, or when they're actually experiencing each other, it's not exactly funny. Sometimes it's a little bit cruel, but I haven't found ones that are particularly funny. Remember Taylor had that awesome one with the hornbills and the mongoose? Todd, I'm gonna have to think about which one I've seen myself. There was that one with the young buffalo bull and the elephants in a herd, or the younger elephants in the herd, not the babies though, like the just maybe 10-year-old elephants in the herd, the young males that were harassing the buffalo bull, the little bull. So the little bull had been following the herd for a while, for about 2 weeks or so, and whenever he'd be at the waterhole, whenever the herd was at the waterhole, he'd be at the waterhole too, and he'd like stand in the water, and they'd all be drinking with their trunks, and he'd just be drinking like a normal buffalo. But the elephants would harass him, the young ones at least. Speaking of elephants. And one elephant actually picked up water in his trunk and squirted it at the buffalo. It was quite funny, but that's what I mean. It's sometimes a little bit that feel bad for him. Look at this boy. Isn't he marvelous? He might have already been to the dam. You can see the moisture still between the cracks in his skin. I love elephants so much. Just keeping an eye out because he's now behind us. I'll see where he goes. So you're going to have to watch my face watching him. That's a sighting, right? Kind of. I can't really move now because he's right behind the vehicle. So we're just going to have to wait for him. You might still be able to hear him though. I thought I saw some more elephants way down there on the fire break, which is a good thing because it means that they'll be moving towards the dam. This guy is so gentle. He's just chilling behind us. No problem. Not even looking at us. Well, hopefully the rest of the herd that's in front of us will move down to the dam, but someone already is at a waterhole, and that's Steve.
Welcome to Bufosok, everybody. My favourite watering hole at the moment, rubbing post. Had some really nice birds here for a little while, the less and more hens, but I think they've flown off. Apart from a herd of buffalo, I haven't seen too much else exciting here, but that is the way it works. Soon these little watering holes will be the hives of activity. We try to catch up with our herd of wildebeest that sort of moved off from us quite quickly, and they just vanished. Swallowed up by the vegetation like Trishar's elephant. If you could lose elephants and herds of wildebeest in the thickets, you must just understand what it's like trying to find predators at the moment. Almost tempted to go for a little swim. Beach girl, the only animals we really track: lion, leopard, buffalo. Impossible to track a honey badger or an aardvark, although I have tried. Hyenas I've tried to track as well, and they just go all over the place. So there's quite a profound sense of achievement when you track a leopard or a lion pride down. It really is a profound sense of achievement. Obviously lions, there's more of them, so it's generally a little bit easier. But when they go hunting, it's quite tricky. Leopards, generally on their own, can lose them quite quickly though. It's definitely a work in progress. Every time you find tracks, you spend more time. Spend more time. Gets better every time. Used to do a fair amount of rhino tracking back in the day. Lovely to approach rhino on foot. Such a beautiful animal. The knock-on effects of their disappearance from the wild places is paramount. We talk a lot about ecology. Talk a lot about how certain animals impact the area, and well, rhino and hippo, they're grazers and they don't overutilize. They mow the lawns, they facilitate it for all the other animals, the wildebeest and zebra that are getting smashed by lions because the grass is too tall. Throw in a few herds of rhino there and a few more hippo and you don't have that problem. Obviously for short periods of time, grass is a bit long, but they have a very good ability to mow it down. Sugarbits, yeah, they probably would eat this Ludwigia, this creeping Ludwigia. I haven't seen them eating it. Wetella Dam is encroaching with it a lot, but we don't see any of it at Buffelshoek. It's not on all the watering holes, so possible that hippos are eating it. They do eat aquatic vegetation, they do eat the grass and the vegetation on the sides, but you got to spend all day with them to actually see what they get up to. I haven't seen a hippo in this watering hole yet. It's prime real estate, in my opinion. Lots of good grazing around. Nice view. Some shady spots. And a wonderful rubbing post nearby that is very good for scratching. Okay, we're going to carry on moving on, exploring. I'm going to send you over to andBeyond and Ngala to say good afternoon to Trico. Good
afternoon, everybody. Welcome to andBeyond in Ngala. And just right in front of us, we just found these lions here, which is quite exciting. Welcome, everybody. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I have Gert with me. So as you can see, these animals are not moving much. I mean, they've just found a bit of shade just to rest there. Because, I mean, it's actually really, really warm. Today is about 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. And they're just waiting for the sun to go back down, and then they will start to move around. So there's a lot of flies here. You can see, you will see some tails going up and down in those bushes right in front of us. This lion's trying to set them off. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think these lions are in a hurry to move. So I believe the viewer is asking how many members are in the Pride. So with the Birmingham Pride, we've just like recently had, let's say about 3 little youngsters that have just been born that are about 2 to 3 months old. And also we have some that are, I think, 11 months, almost 12 months, 2 of them. So that's 5. And we believe there's 2 more that have been born, but this female, she's been hiding them. She hasn't taken them out as yet. So all in all, I think there's about 25 or 26 lions in this pride. So very, very big pride. But these ones that you can see here, this is not the whole pride, because remember, those females or the youngsters, they won't introduce the youngsters as yet. They will introduce them when they're a little bit older. So they've kind of split up a bit. They're just all over the place. And also in pride like this big, especially with the Birmingham pride, it's coming from another breakaway pride that we have here on Ngala that operates in the west of here. And the reason why they broke off is because there were just too many lions in that pride. And as you can imagine, the more the lions, the more often you have to go and hunt and try to feed everybody. So they broke off in this little group. They do come across each other every now and then. They don't really fight, but there was one time we experienced them where there was a huge fight between the two prides. So with this pride here, I think there might be probably another breakaway sometime soon, because they just weigh too much. If you can see it close there, there's that white lion that you can see right in front of us. I believe Pete is asking if lions are hard to hunt. Pete, it depends. And I think, especially in summertime, they're hard to track down. So in summertime, it becomes a little bit hard because, it's very, very thick here. And if they're walking on the grass and they're not walking on the road or on the soft sand, it becomes very, very difficult to track them down. But if they're walking in soft sand, somewhere was nice and clear, you stand more chance of finding them. And to be honest with you, when it's like this hot, like 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, I don't see them moving anytime soon. As you imagine, I mean, there's no need for them to burn all that energy or move around when it's this warm. So they're saving that energy for the afternoon. As soon as the sun is going down, then they're going to start to move around. I don't know if they're fed or not. Can't really see since the grass is a little bit tall. But they might look to hunt later on tonight. I believe, Satip, you're asking, why do male lions develop manes? That's actually a really good question, Satip, and I'm glad you can join us. So with male lions, because they have, high testosterone levels, they tend to develop the mane. And also, most of the territorial takeover, the males are the ones that do the territorial takeover, and they seem to be the ones that fight a lot with other males. So that mane, because it's that thick, it actually protects them from getting blows into their necks. There's another one over there. You can see a bit of ears moving there. And there she is rolling over. What she just did there is because maybe she was laying on that one side for quite too long. And she just decided to move over. As I said earlier on, I think with these lions, maybe even last night, because we haven't really seen their stomachs, right? Maybe even last night they were moving around a lot, trying to even maybe find some food if they haven't ate. And then earlier today, as the sun started to get warmer, then they decided to come right where they are. I think we can just sit here for a little bit and just watch and see if maybe they're gonna move from one shade to another, or maybe they're just content where they are. They might not even move. So I think let's just sit here and watch and take it all in. But I think while we wait, I think I'm going to send you to Trishala in Djuma solo.
We've managed to catch up with these elephants. So there's 3 males that have formed a bit of a bachelor herd here. And there's a youngster amongst them, a very young male. He's obviously just left his herd, but he's further down away from us. They look so dusty. Oh. Well, there's no stopping that guy. At least the elephants didn't move, or didn't get too spooked. by that vehicle. There's that younger one. Just off. You can just see his back. He doesn't look very big at all. He looks like he must be about 10 to 12 years old. They can get kicked out at that time, anything after 10 really. But it's definitely one of the smaller ones I've seen hanging around with the big bulls. By spending time with these bigger, more experienced bulls, this young bull will learn how to fight. He'll play fight. He'll learn from the experience. Together they'll go to areas of good water, good vegetation. In times of drought, they might go to those types of oasis type of areas. All of that will build and add on to his experience so that he can become a big, strong bull too. Oh, he's escaping amongst the round leaf teak there. At least we've still got one other bull to watch.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Here's one bull. It's the one we were watching earlier. It's the only one left on the side now. He's making some really beautiful sounds. It's the sounds that I associate with elephants. Let's just have a listen. Against trees, rustling the grass, the ears hitting their sides. beautiful sounds. You can see he's quite smart, staying in the shade there. Oh, there's a big bull coming from the other side as well. He looks even bigger. Hey, you are such a big boy. Wow, hi. It's important to keep on talking. I'm sure that we've watched us guides when we have elephants around, and we continue to speak. Hello, boy. I know we are right here and you want to cross the road. He might give us a bit of an head shake. But he seems quite relaxed. Look at his eyes. His eyes are very small. They're not wide and irritable. He almost looks like he's about to fall asleep there. That's a nice patch of shade. That's why. That's the patch of shade we were in. What is this? This vehicle with these two humans on it. I'm sure you've seen one of these before. So we continue to speak to them, regardless of what silliness we may say, just so that he knows that I'm not trying to hide in any way. But he's staying very still. I suppose he's not just listening to us, but he's listening to his partners or the rest of his bachelor herd, perhaps. Maybe there's a breeding herd nearby. You can see his tusks are mighty thick. Hey boy, you know you can't sleep there because if I move, you're gonna get a startle. Look at his eyes, he's just so tired. Are you very tired? Gerald, you'd like to know if elephants can live without their tusks? Most definitely, many elephants do. In fact, there's a larger population of tuskless elephants now than there have been in the past. The tusks are obviously more important to the males who use it to fight. They're also very important for uprooting trees, for stripping trees or taking the inner bark off and the outer bark. But without it, they're still absolutely fine. In fact, there's a nice tuskless female that we used to see on Djuma quite often. I think she's been around lately too. And you'll be able to see that she's fine. Hi Fiona, you'd like to know if elephants lose their teeth? Yes, they certainly do. love it when they stretch like this. So just excuse us because we are shooting from the back of the vehicle. So if you get a pole in the way, etc., we do apologize. It's just difficult for me to move when he's so close, and he's obviously so relaxed that I might give him a start, and I don't want to do that. So Fiona, yes, they lose their teeth. They will at any point have, so that one tooth is the size of a brick. So if you can imagine that, and at any one time, they'll have a tooth in each jaw. So in total in their lives, they'll have 28 teeth, and that's because tusks are considered teeth. So when they're young, they'll have a set of tushes, that's 2, then a set of tusks, that's another 2, out in a conveyor style, so they don't come out from the bottom up, they come from the back and push forward, and then they'll lose, as soon as they lose one set, another one comes through, and of those brick-shaped teeth or brick-sized teeth, they only have a 24, and 4 in each jaw, so 6 times they come through in its mouth. He's off. Wasn't he cool? He was a bit unsure of us when he first got here, when he first walked towards us, but then he was absolutely fine. Well, I guess I'm just going to keep on talking about teeth to you guys. Fiona, so one of the reasons that the teeth, one of, I'm thinking about this car now. The loss of teeth is one of the big reasons that older elephants will die. So it's not usually through a fight or anything like that, but it's the loss of these teeth, because once that final, those final teeth come in, and then they're lost, they've just got gums. And then you'll find that those older elephants will tend to hang out in an area that has softer vegetation, so around dams and rivers, things like that. So, you get elephant graveyards, or so it's called. It's because a lot of those older elephants hang around in the same spots where vegetation is soft, and they're old, they've lost their teeth, and they tend to die in those areas. So it looks like a graveyard. Anyway, I barely heard where I'm sending you, but I am sending you to one of our other locations, and then hopefully I'll be able to kickstart this car down this hill.
Got something really cool here. We've got a dung ball that's been rolled by dung beetle to a patch of soft earth where I think some sort of antelope stood here and cracked the hard crust, and there's soft sand underneath. And I think this dung beetle wants to bury its dung ball right here. But what's most interesting of all, I've seen this before, but what I've never seen before is the dung ball being covered in all these black flies. Now, I suspect these are parasites of some sort that are maybe laying eggs themselves on this dung ball, perhaps to parasitize the larvae of the dung beetle once it hatches, or just to feed on the dung itself. I'm not 100% sure, but it's very interesting. Can you see them all there? Every now and again, I feel like I can see them pressing their abdomen into the dung, and that's probably them with their ovipositor leaving an egg behind. But I can't be 100% certain. It certainly looks like it, though. There's an elephant in the background. I don't know if you can hear every now and again a bit of a trumpet. Just pushed over a massive marula tree. It's quite a big bull. In fact, we've been playing hopscotch. Yep, there you can hear them. We've been playing hopscotch. This elephant herd has been quite spread out, and found ourselves in the middle of them. I think they're being harassed by that big elephant bull. So this dung ball that's here might actually be some of the elephant dung. They've been feeding in this area quite a lot. Just hoping they don't come this way. But our trusty backup today is Caroline, and she's going to keep us nice and safe to make sure that whilst I'm down here looking at elephant dung, Niels and I are focused. She's focused on making sure she spots any danger that comes our way. But this can take hours and hours, and this dung beetle probably located this spot before it actually located the dung pile itself. Because what you often find is the dung beetle that's just underneath there. It's busy moving the dirt right there, trying to create a hollow to drop this dung ball into. So what you often find is once it's rolled the dung ball, it will keep going on top of the dung pile and doing a bit of a 360 in order to try and orient itself. And then it keeps rolling the ball a meter or so, and it'll go back on top, do another 360 in order to orient itself. They really use the sun and the stars and the moon to navigate. They are the original navigators. There's actually a big stone, I don't know if you can see it just in there. It's a big rock or a stone of some sort, which is actually causing the blockage at the moment. I think that dung beetle is trying to get this stone wedged out from underneath there so it can start burying this dung ball. It can take hours and hours. I mean, it's quite a big investment. I mean, the dung beetle just lays one egg in this dung ball, one big fat larvae that will then feed on this dung as it's underground until it's eventually large enough. Then it breaks out the dung ball, pupates in the dung ball, then breaks out as a fully formed dung beetle. And if you can hear that, let me just shift myself so I'm a bit more comfortable. If you listen carefully, you can actually hear the stones and bits of soil being moved by this dung beetle. It's very cool. Now there are even... I thought there were some ants that were now joining the party. There are some ants, actually. There are some of these little insects don't have wings. Is that correct? Yeah, I think some of them don't even have wings. I wonder if these are males and females, potentially. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's super interesting. And there's a fly there as well. Kyle, I agree. It's not something you get to see every day. I mean, seeing them bury their dung balls, or roll them for a start, is pretty exciting, pretty interesting. Seeing them bury them is even more so, and then seeing them being parasitized like this is quite phenomenal. I don't know what these insects are, but they're quite distinctive. They've got this yellow spot right on the end of their abdomen there, which will help me to identify them. It's a black, looks like an ant, but with wings, and it's got that little yellow dot on the end of its abdomen, so it should be quite recognizable if I find it in an insect book. I have to have a look. I almost want to lift this dung ball up to see what the dung beetle itself looks like, or see if I can help it. So we don't interfere with nature, or as little as possible when we can help it. Jumping Castle, welcome back. It's a good question. I'm not exactly sure how they choose their partners, although, it's most likely the males that have to show off their strength, because we often find a male dung beetle that will roll a massive dung ball, very big and very beautiful, and the females will be attracted to the dung ball, latch onto it, and then what happens is males start to fight over the dung ball. You'll get other males that will approach and try and climb on and use their shovel-shaped head to flick and push and flip the other dung beetles off. And if they're able to do that and defend the dung ball long enough and start rolling it away and they escape, that female will just stay latched onto that dung ball. And so it's almost as if she's more attracted to the dung ball than the male itself. Whoever rolls the ball away, I don't care, as long as they have a nice big dung ball. That's the most important part, I suppose. In this instance, size really does matter when it comes to the size of the dung ball. Oh, it really doesn't seem to be going anywhere fast, does it? Oh, I am being bitten by something. A little slender ant of some sort. There's a little tiny ant. Oh no, it's going to disappear. Never mind. I was going to try and show you this little ant that was attacking me, but it seems to have escaped. I'm sitting on a bit of a nest of them. So, This might take a while. I don't think we've got time to sit here for the next 4 hours watching this dung ball disappear slowly into the earth. So we'll send you off to Ngala with some wildebeest.
Welcome back, everybody. We just came across this herd of blue wildebeest. And how amazing is that they're just walking in a single file there. And normally they walk in the single file so that they don't make a lot of noise. So imagine if they're walking through the grass or moving through a thicket into an open area and they step onto a dry leaf or a twig, it will make a lot of noise. But the ones that are coming from the back, if they're going to step right exactly where the rest have stepped on, then it becomes more quieter. And you see the one right up in the front there that is leading? That is the bull. And the rest that are flowing from behind, that's all these females. And it looks like the one in the back there, one right on the road there. If you look on the front leg, it has a huge scar there. I mean, I wanted to earlier on, I was looking at it and I was thinking maybe a lion, but I doubt if that was a lion, because if it was a lion, they mostly will go for the spine, to try to sever the spine, or go straight to the neck area. But there doesn't seem to be any puncture wounds or any signs of any claws on it. Maybe probably from infection, or maybe it was running and then hit it against something. I mean, that looks very painful. And you can see it's busy licking it. I think there's a lot of flies that is following them. And it's also quite interesting how all of a sudden it looks like they're not following the bull. All of a sudden it looks like they're just walking to their own direction. I wonder if maybe they're gonna cut west towards where that bull is. No, there they are. They're heading straight to him. So a harem like this, or a bull like this, rather, will have, up to 5 females in his own little territory. I mean, his area, as you can see here, is actually nice and open. So this, actually, that forms part of his territory. In his territory, he'll make sure there is, nice palatable grass and some water around. But the reason why they mostly choose these open areas is so that they can be able to see danger coming from afar, like lions trying to hunt, even leopards. To an extent, even cheetahs, like a coalition of cheetahs, can try to chase them and try to take them down. Looks like now they're starting to feed away. I think as they're busy feeding here, we're just gonna sit here with them a little while and see what they do next.
We stopped as the dusk was settling and there was a zebra mare underneath the bush. She was lying down. We didn't really know what was happening, and then we saw it.
Everybody, there's a zebra giving birth there. There's a zebra giving birth. This is a zebra giving birth. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you clever mare. Well done. It's born, everyone. It's born and it's alive and it looks fine.
This was, of course, an unusual sighting. Normally, herbivores like impala and wildebeest and zebra will give birth during the middle of the day. This is when their predators like lions and hyenas are fast asleep. But as this little foal took its first steps, the dying embers of the day had just gone over the western horizon, and it was just the time that the hyenas and lions were starting to get active and go out foraging. This is why we didn't light up the sighting, of course. It may have compromised the zebra's eyes and at the same time attracted those hyenas and lions to the activity.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back everybody, and after a long tracking event we have found this bush with this beautiful African wild dog. Yeah, no, stunning to see this animal. We have just come across the beta female. The rest of the pack are further up into the bush, further to the west of us, but yeah, a gorgeous view that we've just got on this beta female that we've just located. On first things first, on the tracks, we were tracking for about a kilometer roughly or so, where we got the first set of tracks or so, and then we've gone a good couple of meters to 100 meters to a kilometer or so to the further western sections. But yeah, finally we got them. So beautiful to be seeing this beta female actually displaying herself so much, and well, that we could have a really good view of this animal in this formation. You can see she's just full on relaxed at the moment. The belly is halfway filled, meaning that they could have killed something yesterday afternoon or this morning possibly, and something very small this morning or whatsoever, if I can put it that way. But yeah, looking at it from that point of view, we possibly could get some activity levels going up this afternoon. The moon, like you've seen it with Obi last night, it is very bright, and that's with the moon being so bright, you could get to strong possibilities that could push them through into nighttime activity even, that they would maximize with nighttime activity. The reasoning behind that obviously is also just because it's lesser energy consumption and they can see at about an 80% rate with that bright moon, especially like you've seen it last night. And so, but yeah, stunning to see these animals that once again, and for us as guides and trackers to be part of a conservation concept, driving on a strong driving force from a global conservation effort movement, if I can put it that way, to be part of something like this with this concept, with trying to get their numbers up and going back in the Kalahari again. I mean, that is just such a privilege. And every time we see them and getting the privilege to follow their tracks, it is just so awesome to be able to follow their tracks and actually getting them on their tracks, monitoring these animals throughout the numbers and numbers of years that we've had wild dog conservation happening on Tswalu, and seeing them fully on. BK, did you hear that question?
Do wild dogs have a leader?
Okay, so I'll see you asking, do wild dogs have a leader? It is actually a very good question, because it's because of the leaders that they have that is extremely important for success in the bush and so on, especially in the Kalahari where you've got this vast open spaces. And so what happens is that you find the typically they've had an alpha male and female, and then they have a beta male and female. So those are the first line leaders to the second in charge leaders, if I can put it that way. So it's alpha and beta, as you can see it in that way, in that hierarchy. And so the alpha positions are the only ones that will breed and that will mate in that formation. And so that alpha positions will be calling the shots as well, if I can put it that way, within this group unity, leading them to success in the bush. That is in saying, taking them to good success in hunting, taking them to good food areas where there's a great possibility of finding good food in a certain given area, and then also looking at it from a safety point of view, group unity and teamwork, family partnerships, units, and that sort of a thing. I mean, it's extremely important in the Kalahari that animals work in that formation. And this you see in plants, you see it in mammals, you see it in birds, you see it in mice, you see it in all sorts of things, that team unity with a strong leader is extremely important from that point of view. As you can see, this dog has got a collar, just coming back to the conservation point of view as well. And so thinking about it from that point of view, the collars are there for following purposes, and obviously for us to be able to monitor. So that is how we knew where to come out to the west this afternoon, giving us a bit of idea where we can start on tracks. And that is how we have found them. We got to that last updating pin that we had from that point of view. And so we came up to the set of tracks. And then from that point of view, we have followed the tracks until the last location to where we have found them now. But a stunning, cool event to be able to do that, actually. But from that point of view, dogs are actually critically endangered species. So, I mean, as little in South Africa, as little as 350 to 450 wild dogs left in the wild in this country. And it's just due to land loss of habitat and all sorts of things like that. And so the thing is that if you think about it that way, it is very important that you would have wild dogs with collars in that situation, at least on the leaders and the leader dogs. We're going to be sticking with these dogs for a while. We're going to send you over to some hyenas at Ngala.
Welcome back, everybody. So yeah, we're just driving along the road just behind us, and we're looking to head sort of west in search of any signs of any animals down there. And as we're driving along, we just came across these vultures just sitting there. So I thought sometimes it's worth, to have a stop and have a look and see why they might be sitting there. Because sometimes, find that when there's carcasses around, vultures are going to be around. So just looking at those two vultures just sitting high up on that dead tree there, you'll notice is that one that has its head towards us. There's a little bit of white on the head. It's a very dark face. Same as the other one on the right hand side. So these are white-backed vultures. So seeing that it's only those white-backs, you just have a feeling that there might be no carcasses around. They're just sitting there. Because normally if there's some sort of a carcass around, you get other vultures. Like your hooded vultures will be there. Your lappet face as well will be around there. So yeah, I'm just thinking these guys are just sitting there, just resting. Sorry, Ian, I don't think I get the question. Can you go again with that? Yeah, Lynn, 100%. They do vary in numbers. Okay, there are some other parts here in Africa where there's not actually a lot of vultures. But here in Ngala, we're actually quite lucky because we see quite a lot of numbers of vultures around. Different species of vultures that we have here. And remember also, Lynn, there's also, in some other areas of Africa where there's this human and animal conflict, where, you find certain animals, that find themselves into the communities, and they'll eat livestock and stuff like that. And then you have these farmers that get fed up with them. And sometimes what they will do is, they will have a certain carcass and they will poison it. And they do that so that when that animal that has been eaten or eating their livestock would, eat it, and probably they'll get rid of it. But then sometimes I find that vultures actually are the ones that spot that particular carcass, and they come in and start to feed on it. And then, they die. So we actually lose a lot of vultures because of that. But to answer your question, yes, they do vary in numbers from region to region. I think they're quite content where they are, so I don't think they're gonna move much. And I think, the sun is gonna go down soon, and I think they're gonna go for a rest. So for now, I'm gonna send you to Djuma.
Grazing. Just taking huge mouthfuls at a time. What we can smell to be the stink grass, the Botanical, which out of season, it's not the most palatable of grasses. It's full of chemicals. We can actually smell the smell of it emanating from where she's feeding, but there's lots of it. It's probably actually a mixture of grasses. It might be that she's feeding on some and standing on some. No, definitely feeding on the Botanical. See that by the inflorescence. There's also some signal grass in there. Both subclimax. Signal grass is quite palatable. The Botanical is palatable when it's growing. But as it starts to dry out and the season starts to wither, it remains, and it's a very smelly chemical grass, which is generally avoided by most animals. So although elephants can be incredibly selective, she is picking at it and not eating the base. She's dropping the base of them down, all the dry bits, all the old growth. You can see on the left of frame, you see all that dry stuff. That's where the grass has died and regrown, and that organic material is getting dropped back onto the floor, and she's taking in seeds and green leaves. Very good strategy. She's not overgrazing here. She's breaking it all beautifully, sort of at just above the root level. No roots are coming out. You notice in the dry season, the elephants will specifically be pulling the plants out to get the roots because of the plant's ability to store nutrients underground. She really is stuffing her face. Charms aplenty. She's looking quite pregnant as well. She had 2 youngsters with her before that had moved off into the bushes, so it's possible that she's expecting. That's okay, Mama. She suddenly realized that somebody else is here. She looked up with a wide eye and now gone back to a very sleepy little eye. I think we have elephants walking behind us. Yes, we do. We've got a little family breeding herd that are coming to join her, and she's like, who is walking there? Oh, that must be my friend Sarah with her family coming down to say hello. Amazing how quiet they are. What are the chances that you ask me a question from Sarah when I just introduced an elephant that I just on the spot named Sarah? Okay, have a look, Sarah. Have a look at how the behavior is going to change. These two know each other, but there's definitely something between them. The bigger female has arrived. She's demanding something. She wants to eat in that spot. And the youngsters coming to join too. They know each other. Look, hello. Yes, I've been stuffing my face here with this pile of grass. Perhaps it's, they have a calving interval every 3 years. And I suppose they'll go into estrus again and again until being fertilized, but they seem to, the majority of the females seem to come into estrus sort of late summer, after they've had a calf, of course, 3 years later, 2 years later, 3 years later. How many estruses they'll go through in a year, I'm not sure. The men definitely try and find them when they're in estrus and try and fertilize them. It's possible that some go without. But females are constantly going through calving, pregnancy, and looking after calves for quite a long period in their life. It's one of the reasons why in small reserves where they do contraception with elephants, where there's sort of a lot of research going into that because of the behavioral change of these females being so sort of used to having a calf or being pregnant. What sort of behavioral changes does that impart on a female? Still not very well known. Seems to be we've positioned ourselves in the great feeding frenzy. Very nutrient-rich soil here. It's interesting that they are selecting the signal. Oh, hello. Did you see the little ones saying hello to each other there? Oh, hello. Let me stick my trunk in your mouth and you stick your trunk in my mouth and we'll smell what we've been doing. What have you been doing? Definitely not as much finesse. The young one just picks the grass and shoves it. Whereas the females definitely have a lot more skill. Are you going to come and say hello to me? Are you? You're going to stand right in the way. Very relaxed, everybody. Very relaxed. Still watching us, though. Very relaxed tail. Ooh, hang on. There's a nice patch to feed on. Christopher, no, I don't think they enjoy eating dry grass. Otherwise, they would be eating the dry grass that's here. Right now, they're eating the green stuff, and they're letting the dry grass fall to the floor. for the most part, you can see that as she's feeding, all the little bits that are falling out are the old, dry, moribund bits that have sort of passed their sell-by date. But in the dry season, when there's nothing else to feed on, elephants will feed on what's available. But now they're looking for the juiciest, tastiest, greenest vegetation around. Lee, I'm not sure. It's obviously very possible in fertile elephants. I mean, I'm sure in nature all sorts of species have that potential. But with their inability to breed, potentially that sort of trait is not passed on. They seem to be very successful when it comes to breeding. Notice elephants are always having babies. And there they go. Let's move up a bit and see if we can get them still some more out there in the open feeding. Oh, this little youngster's going to give us a hard time. We're just up here by Kaiamanzi. And Celia was seen up here this morning, so we're trying to see if we can find her, but we've been delayed. Been delayed by our elephants. Yeah, and just like that, they are gone into the thickets. Okay, well, Huan Tswalu has got his wild dogs. We're going to go see if we can find a cat. But in the meantime, we'll send you over to him.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have just come across this beta female again. That is, we've tried having a good look at the other side of the bush. And so trying to see for the other have a look for the other dogs, but yeah, it doesn't look like they in a better spot or haven't come out to a better spot yet. And so yeah, there's been some movement happening with this beta female. So her head's been up and down. Wild dogs are very, shall I say, they can't rest full on, like sleeping completely when especially the pack is this small, like this number being 4 dogs in total. And the thing is that she needs to be looking around as a teamwork effort in that formation, that she needs to look for safety purposes, as we've been having quite a bit of spotted hyena lately in this area as well. And I'm sure those guys are contact calling at night for each other quite a bit in this area where these dogs are currently in at the moment. And for that reason and purposes, I mean, there's quite a lot of competition that happens between dogs and hyenas, as dogs are a very, very good hunter and being the number one successful killing predator in Africa, basically. So the thing is that constantly there's a lot of scavengers that tries to follow up on wild dog from that perspective. And so they could, obviously, because the pack is so small, they could get injured or end up being in confrontation with other predators. And they cannot afford to lose one dog or getting one dog being injured in that formation, just because out of that point of view, that would obviously drop the success of this pack hunting. But yeah, this beta female, we've been having a good look at her actually and trying to look at what are her plans and what she's going to do. But it looks like she's just every now and again the head lifts up, looks around, looks for any trouble that could be coming into the area in from that point of view. So just thinking about how Bika is zooming into her face here and seeing her body coloration and everything like that. And it's very interesting. If you go to a wild dog's Latin name, it says Lycaon pictus. And Lycaon pictus actually says painted wolf. So yes, it's actually not a dog. it is a wolf. More a wolf than a dog, actually, because the thing is that the jaw system, the body structure, everything is wolf-like. The behavior from the hierarchy point of view that we've been talking about and speaking about earlier on and everything, this entire animal is built on a wolf's formation. It's just the African version of a wolf. And so, coming back to the coloration being Licon pictus, the Latin name saying who they are and what they are, being a painted wolf, each and every wild dog has got their own specific clarification on the paintings, and they carry their own identity kit through that paintings that you can see all over the body and so on. And from that point of view, seeing this particular the beta female, she's got that stunning coloration of that white chest as she's just opening it up there. As you can see, she's scouting over the area once again. And seeing it from that point of view, her coloration is very different from as opposed to the alpha female. Also, this beta female, her ears are shaped quite nicely, and these dogs have been in confrontation with other predators before. So we're going to try and get a better view at a later stage throughout the rest of the afternoon, as we're going to plan to stick with them for most of the afternoon, because, I mean, you don't get to see wild dogs every single day. That is really special to be able to monitor them daily on Tswalu. Charles, you're asking if wild dogs are more or less the same as the domestic dogs. Charles, no, they actually do stick continuously in a wolf formation. So yeah, they can never be really made domestic. They can never be tamed. It will never work, because the thing is, I mean, within one day you could easily get to a point where they, within one day, travel about 20 kilometers or so. So coming back to that question again, apparently I had it wrong there, my apologies. Do wild dogs apparently get the same diseases as the normal dogs? Yes, you do get canine distemper as well as rabies present in these dogs. So, yes, from that point of view, it comes down more towards the situation of we do have to vaccinate wild dogs yearly, basically, and that goes for anywhere in Africa. It needs to be done. The reasoning behind it is because they are so critically endangered. So being in that situation, you don't even have to sedate animals these days to actually give them the vaccine. You can literally just vaccinate with the dart straight away with the vaccine. So yearly you got to vaccinate against rabies, but majority in the Kalahari there's an extreme amount or a heavy presence of canine distemper. And wild dogs being a carrier from canine distemper point of view, it's the same as us as humans carrying cancer cells within us. It's just not active. So the moment they get into contact with a vector, being like a black-backed jackal or a bat-eared fox from that point of view, then they could the vector could actually get to transmit that disease explosion, and the disease gets spread like wildfire within the pack itself, and so on. So the thing is that you do need to maintain that vaccine yearly to keep them as clean as possible, if I can put it that way. And then you obviously just got to monitor the dogs as much as possible. We're going to send you over to another gorgeous destination.
Managed to find elephants. We've been avoiding them for so long. We've been trying to run away from them to keep out of sight and out of the wind. We managed to finally get on the right side of them. As you can see, there's a bull there, well, actually a number of bulls. See, feeding amongst the marulas and red bush willows. After pushing over a massive tree, all of the elephants rushed in to feed on that same tree. Now they finished that tree in short order. It was a big tree, a big marula tree. They finished in a short order, and now, as you can see, they've got their heads in some new branches. It's getting drier now in the bush. You can see some of the tops of the grasses are starting to get that dry look. The leaves are starting to lose their palatability. So we have to try and they have to try and make sure that they can get as much nutrients as possible. So they're feeding a lot right now and drinking a lot because it's still very hot. The temperature has dropped a lot just since the sun has gone behind these clouds, but it's generally speaking still very, 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 very hot. feeding amongst the shade, and you can see some of them have got mud on their backs from mud wallowing that they've been doing. In fact, just before you came live to us, we actually had walked into an elephant almost. I don't know how it didn't see us or smell us, but it literally was about 10, maybe 15 meters away from us, in the middle of an open patch, and we were also in an open patch. I think we just luckily had the wind right on our side. Or actually, we had the wind not on our side. It should have smelt us, but I think it had been mud wallowing. So its trunk was full of mud. It didn't smell us. We were very lucky. Certainly had the sun was at our backs as well, so that was good. The sun was not at our backs. I'm just looking now. The sun was directly in our faces. I don't know how that elephant didn't see us. We had everything wrong there. I always say you should walk when all the odds are in your favor, but in that instance, we just so happened to be surprised, and it happens in the bush sometimes, that you're walking and some animal steps out of when you don't realize it. Peter, they'll mud wallow as often as they need to, as long as it's hot and their bodies are hot, they'll mud wallow. Protects them from the sun, also stops biting insects. It's important to know how many insects might be attacking them, because although they've got thick skin, they are still sensitive to certain biting flies and insects, especially around the backs of their ears, under their bellies, between what they would be their armpits. Can be attacked and bitten by many insects. On a hot day like today, they would have been mud wallowing constantly. As soon as this one set of mud dries, they'll go to the waterhole or a mud wallow and throw another patch on. Starting to move into the bushes now. There are lots of elephants around us. We have to keep repositioning ourselves to make sure that we don't get surrounded, because it's quite a big herd. It's one of 2 herds that are currently moving around Pride Lands. Each one of them probably has well over 30 members. In fact, there were probably yesterday seen more than 60 elephants at Ndlovu Dam itself throughout the day, so both the herds probably arrived at some point during the day to have a good swim. That's just the herds we know about. We saw Susan's herd this morning. She's, of course, that feisty female with the very narrow tusks. Saw her this morning. And then this is another herd, I think. It's not close to where we saw Susan this morning, so it's a whole different group of elephants. I see Caroline looking carefully around us. Good. Nathan, that is an excellent question. So you are 13 right now, Nathan, which means you're at the very beginning of your life. An elephant at 13 is also at the beginning of its life. Depending on where they live, though, they can maybe get up to 50, maybe 55 years old. I've even heard people saying over 60 years old. So it all depends on how much nice, soft vegetation that they get. If they can eat soft reeds and grasses in places that are swampy, like the Okavango Delta, like the Ngorongoro Crater, those elephants could probably, and maybe some of the places in Angola, those elephants could grow very, very old because their teeth are not getting damaged by eating dry material. Here in the low veld, you can see that right now it's quite green, but they are starting to have to eat some of the drier stuff, some of the twigs, some of the branches, and that of course damages their teeth, which means that their teeth will wear down, and once they've lost all 6 sets of their teeth, that will be, unfortunately, the end of the elephant. So Nathan, let's hope that these elephants continue to eat lots of green stuff, nice and soft, like spinach, good strong vegetables, and they'll grow nice strong teeth and live very long lives. Starting to move off now into the bushes, so we'll have to move as well, try and see if we can catch up with them, or there's been reports that the wild dogs have come back onto Pride Lands. We're not so far from the northern boundary now. We're going to walk in the direction of Impala Plains, where this morning they managed to kill an impala just north of our boundary. So maybe if we're super lucky and we head in that direction, we might catch a glimpse of them chasing, hunting. Now it's getting cooler. The perfect time for the wild dogs to start hunting. And being on foot, they sometimes get very, very curious. And so it'd be great if we could catch a glimpse of wild dogs on the hunt, on foot.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Welcome back, everybody. So we've literally just had this alpha male on his feet, and he's just got up from the position of the alpha female, where they actually were lying down together on the edge of a bush here, where they shifted out a bit more into a clearer spot. You can see he's just walking through the three thorns there and shaking his ears apart. And obviously, as the king leader, if I can put it that way, he's just scouting over his pack and making sure that they are perfectly safe. And yeah, just checking it out. Now, he looks like he's actually heading straight back to his alpha female. Check how she's wagging her tail out of excitement. The king about to join his queen. So, coming back to the differences between alpha male and alpha female and the beta female and the coloration formation, you can see she's also got a very beautiful white chest, as we've been talking about it earlier. But even behind her shoulder blades, she's got lots more white on her shoulder blades, and behind it, actually, even as Bika is trying to zoom in on it there, you can see quite nicely that the white is quite predominant on that skin color over there, and that's an easy differentiation basically between alpha female and beta female. Then also on her ears, you'll see on her ears, the one ear, okay, you won't be able to see it so much on her left hand ear, but her right hand ear, every now and again when she's going to lift up her head, you'll see, especially she's got through the fight that I was talking about earlier, that they've been into interaction with other predators before, she had some form of injury previously where the ear has been flopping down, and the right hand ear is a tiny bit flopped down to the side edge. And that is a clear indication, I want to say one of the clearest indications that there we go, as she's lifting up her head, you could have just seen it there as she's scouted a bit there. But yeah, that's a clear indication from that point of view for identification purposes, which one is which and whatever. Very interesting is seeing the different colorations on the dogs is obviously the clearest matter there, but this is an easy dead giveaway. Just seeing her behavior and what she's doing, knowing that she's an alpha female. So, From a surprise factor point of view, oh man, just look at that shot with the alpha male. You can see he's a bit bigger than the alpha female on the left-hand side, but just such a beautiful shot of both of those beautiful paintings of animals lying together as the leaders of this pack. So I want BK to zoom in on that belly of that alpha female. All of these other dogs have got a fairly flat belly, but there's a different type of belly on this on this alpha female. So I want you to look at the highest point on her body right now. And that is where the end of the rib cage is stopping and closer to the abdomen, if I can put it that way. So there's two different types of bellies on wild dogs. The one belly is where it bloats up to just to the front of the hind legs. That is bloated from food. And this dog is very bloated, closer to the abdomen, to the front of the edge of the the rib cage. And that is my feelings about this wild dog female. I'm going to say, as a guessing factor and a strong guessing factor, she's pregnant. So surprise, surprise, we are having an alpha female wild dog, and my hopes are very high that it is like that, but I can see all the signs are there, and I can see it is definitely happening. So I don't know if we can zoom in even furthermore, BK. Okay, that's more or less it, but if you look at the nipple line running along her belly there as well, quite a strong amount of nipples coming through there, swollen, and you don't really get to see those nipples out and about on a frequent basis just by normalities or so. So definitely the belly is bloated in a pregnant formation, as well as the nipples coming out there is a dead giveaway. And the possibilities are, bottom line, very strong that this alpha female is pregnant. If you remember, about 4 weeks to just over a month ago, I was talking about how these dogs have successfully mated, and we were hoping that it's actually worked. Now I can actually see that, yes, there is a 95% chance that she is definitely pregnant. I've got a strong feeling about it. I can't really say it for a definite yes yet, but the thing is also that from a guiding point of view, and that we've been guiding for a while on Tswalu, and we've had the privilege to work with a number of different wild dogs on Tswalu over the last 7 to a good amount of years, basically, is that there's certain signs and things that we've seen over the years and so on. And I can definitely, things are looking very good. So we're keeping our fingers crossed, all toes in the same matter as well, and trying to, we're keeping the hopes up high to see that these dogs will be looking for a denning position pretty soon. Debbie, you're asking, when do I think will she be reproducing? Their mating basically wild dogs could get anything between about a month ago, end of or beginning of March, all the way through to April, is the times when female wild dogs gets into estrus. That is generally the mating time, and if there's successful mating, that would have been happening during May, June, July is generally when wild dogs have pups, and this goes all over Africa. And it's just because it's the mating season for most of your small to medium-sized antelope. Their concentration is a bit drawn off predator movement and that sort of thing. So it's easier hunting for food supply for pups at a den site. So given taking it back to when this particular alpha female would be giving birth, possibly, I would say end of April last week, first week of May is the possibilities. But, I mean, like I said, we can't say for sure she's definitely pregnant, but I want to keep my likes up high as 100%. And like I said earlier, I do think I've got a very strong feeling she's there. It does really look like she's just looking at where the belly is bloated, like I said earlier, with the rib cage and everything. I mean, we are so excited, and I must say, especially because this is one of my favorite animals in the bush, and such a special animal, and to see that their numbers possibly could be lifting within the next month or two, that'd be so great for Tswalu's wild dog population as well, and bringing up the success in numbers and so. But yeah, coming to the male on the right-hand side, very cool actually seeing his coloration. He's also got a beautiful white chest. His head is unfortunately folded into his chest on that point of view there. But yeah, you can see also a beautiful couple of white dots on his body, but quite a dark coloration on his rib cage, but all over his body, quite a nice variation of different colors. But he's a bit lighter in color as opposed to the beta male. But just stunning to see how fortunate we are in to be able to be part of a conservation concept like this. I mean, yo, guys, the sunlight is very sharp, so sorry for the sunlight being so sharp on this area. Renee, you are wondering, how does the pack decide who's the alpha pair? Sorry, I'm just trying to dim the color. There we go. Just going to put my head in front of the camera there so the sun doesn't cast so much onto the camera. So, yeah, the thing is that especially when you look at older pack of dogs, that is well decided, well up ahead at front, way back then when the pack was started. So say, for instance, a pack of wild dogs gets to a size of about, you're looking at about 20, 25 dogs or so. That's already quite a big sized pack of dogs. So say, for instance, you get young dogs that's grown out of that perspective from about... Yo, there's a nice meet and greet happening. Just to have a look at that quickly. These dogs have just come into a meet and greet situation there. But yeah, I'll quickly run through it. How do they decide it? So the thing is, it's the most skilled dog, and it gets to a point that they will literally look at skill, knowledge, leadership, all of that coming into the bigger picture. And then sometimes to have a bit of a battle through it all. I'm just going to quickly shift here so we can see if we can get to a better spot there so they don't leave us behind, actually. So the thing is that they do have a bit of a battle if it's a new pack starting sometimes. But yeah, at the end of the day, it comes down to knowledge, skill, formation, leadership. All of that comes into who is the leader of the pack itself. But coming back to a big pack of 25 dogs or so, you could easily get to the formation there where you have... 5 of those dogs being 2 years, 3 years of age, and then as they get to that, then they might not want to be part of that pack anymore, receiving any orders from the leaders of that pack, but they have such great respect for that leaders that they might decide, okay, you know what, we'd rather just leave. So many different dispersals from many different packs of dogs. You could easily get it in that situation that then those different young dog dispersals that comes together could form a new pack together. And that is where it comes into, sometimes they do have a bit of a battling session, but they discover successes within numbers. So the thing is that they do have to find a leader and then a second in charge leader. So from the alpha pair to the beta pair in that formation. What we've just experienced here was a meet and greet display from these dogs, and so that is typically the display that happens just before they go out for a hunt. I can feel the temperature has dropped quite nicely. Excuse me. So from that the temperature has dropped quite a bit, it could be that these dogs are thinking about a slight bit of a movement already for a potential hunt. I can see the remainder of the pack, their bellies are fairly medium-sized to almost empty bellies, so they might actually start missioning on a hunt straight away from later on now onwards until the nighttime when the moon is very bright, actually at night to actually hunt on bright moonlight. The thing is, wild dogs don't really hunt at night, but if the moon is as bright as what you've seen with Obi last night, that can actually have wild dogs missioning right throughout the night as it goes through these areas. Obviously, they would try to do it more in a dune field formation where it's more open in a savanna environment. There we go, the alpha male moving through again. But yeah, it's a very classified, specific system in that hierarchy to get them to success in great leadership. And once that leader's decision's been made that this is the leader, the top leader, this is the second in charge leader, or whatever the case might be, each and every dog has their own functionality and within that pack as they go through the bush hunting from hunting point of view to safety point of view and all of that comprising together. And this is what actually keeps them safe and obviously gets them to success. So if one of those dogs break their shackle that keeps their shackle functionality within the chain, then the pack might fall apart. So there was a question just now, do wild dogs have a fairly good sight at night? So this is the thing why I was saying that wild dogs do not really have a great sight at night. But if the moon is as bright as last night, and tonight's even going to be brighter, then it gets to a point where they can actually hunt at night and have about, I'd say, between 60 to 70% sight of their normal daylight sight that they generally have. So it's at the end of the day comes down to body energy and body energy consumption within the Kalahari. Let's just move again to the front here and see where these dogs are planning to move off to. The thing is that the alpha male looks like he might be moving out a bit further west. Let's just give it a bit of time. I don't want to move unnecessarily as well in this situation as well. The thing is that if you look at him scouting, I was thinking that he's actually moving out west. But if you look at him scouting at the moment, it just seems like he's just trying to figure out, here he comes back. You see, this is the thing, why you can't just move unnecessarily. Coming back to energy consumption in the Kalahari Desert environment and so on, here it's critical for animals to consume energy at the exact right time, because if they overconsume or consume too much in a certain time where they shouldn't have done it at that given point, then it truly comes down to that. You will not survive, you will not make it, and you're literally gonna either starve to death towards the end because you don't have enough energy to succeed in what you're actually doing. So it's very important that animals need to think what they do before they actually do. And that goes for any animal, not just high-profile species. It goes for antelope species, it goes for many, many different species out and about in the Kalahari. This is moving through this dense thicket here on the left-hand side. So I can see one more dog actually coming out to the left-hand side, walking through the bushes. There's more coming out to the left-hand side. These dogs are all just trying to figure out, should they already start moving? Because that meet and greet that we've seen previously as well is a proper tester for the pre-hunting motion that they do. So typically feeling the temperature, again, it's to do with energy consumption. Are we going to burn too much energy with this climate that we're having right now? Are we going to actually succeed by using our energy right now? And obviously, is the climate adequate? And this is why they would actually consider to hunt at nighttime with the bright moon for energy functionality purposes and so on. Yeah, so they are moving a bit further through the thickets. I just want to see what happens. Freddie, you're asking how long do wild dogs live in the wild? The possibilities are 15 years in the wild or so. It could easily get to a situation where they, well, they're lucky if they make it to about 15 years or so. But the main thing is that they need to think what is the best thing to do coming back to that formation. And if they did the right thing at the right time, especially in the Kalahari, then they could do about a good 17 years in the wild if they become big packs, which is exactly what happens in the Kalahari. They become really big packs out here. I know there's a pack in Kruger Park in the Klaserie environment, which is about close to 40 dogs in total, and it's just because that is what was needed in that environment, and a pack that size could easily then get to surviving for about 15 to 17 years in the wild, actually. So it does seem like after that ritual that has happened, sometimes on a very hot day and a very hot afternoon, you could easily get to the situation where they would do that rituals like 3 times, do it for about a minute or so, and then drop down for another 10 minutes, do it again for about another minute, and then sometimes I could just keep up, or stand up and then go on a hunting event from there. So the main thing then there is that it's all testing the climate. Is the climate ready yet? But also getting each other hyped up and psyched for the hunting motion. You can see there's one dog that's on our right-hand side to the front now. The rest have just dropped down this little slope here. And we're going to just try to keep up with these dogs as much as possible. This is one of the rarest things to experience in the African bush, is to experience a pack of African wild dogs on a hunt, full on a hunt, and being able to follow them while they get to do that hunting formation. Now, this is definitely one of the rarest experiences that you could ever experience in the African bush. But for me, the beauty about it is actually to be able to see such a rare species and then seeing them in their full formation in that situation and so on. I mean, that is just incredible. So yeah, what's going to happen here is that you'll see we're going to have to watch the ears of the dogs especially. So there's two different types of motions happening here. Let's just pull a bit forward again, yeah? So we're looking for those two motions. The ears will go halfway backwards down, and that is like, especially when they're on a trot and they suddenly stopped, or while they're trotting, you can see the ears goes halfway backwards, and that is an indication that, okay, there's a slight possibility there might be something up ahead of us. There might be something that we have smelt, and that's the indication to the rest of the pack. Heads up, there might be something. And then it could be getting to another formality where the ears goes full on flat down onto squaring out to the neck, flat onto the neck, and that's definitely, yes, there is something, 100%, 200%, there's something in front of us, and then it's the rest of the pack knows, okay, it's go time, now we're hunting, now we're chasing, and they understand each other from a success point of view through that formality, through communication of ears. There's absolutely no sound communication while they're hunting. It's all just in that ear communication formality. You see the beautiful white tip of the tail as that dog is walking up the slope there? And that beautiful white tip of the tail comes truly down to one thing. If they're hunting in an environment like this where there's a few shrubs around from that point of view, they do see the flashes of the whitetails every now and again through the bush, coming through as they trotting through long distances and so on. So it truly comes down to they look out for that white flashes coming through the bush, and that's how they keep tabs on each other, who's going where, which shackle of that chain is doing which functionality. Again, coming back to that, what do they do to get to success, and how do they keep tabs on their specific function that they are actually made for, to actually deal with success in that formation. Right, we're going to have to keep on moving. These dogs can leave a vehicle behind very quickly. So we're going to have to stick behind them. There's only one time where we could possibly disturb them in a hunt, and that is when they freeze and stop immediately in the hunting motion. And you'll see then with that freezing, stopping motion, both ears will come like two buckets up front, and then while they do that, they will want to listen for anything from a silence point of view, want to listen for any movement possibly up front, and from that movement point of view, that they want to hear any branches snapping or all sorts of things like that happening. And but while they're on the trot, on the go, it's all about scent and smell and hearing up front of them, because they always hunt into the wind. So we cannot disturb them while they are on the hunt. And so the only thing is when they stop, that's when we switch off the engine immediately and keep quiet. But yeah, we're going to stick with these dogs and keep you updated.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
So we've managed to get ahead of those elephants that we've been sort of trailing a while, and we were going to do a segment. And pointed out that actually one of the elephants was now following us. There's one big elephant bull. He's not a massive elephant, but what he's probably doing right now might even be smelling where we were walking. Oh, he kind of came out of nowhere, so we're behind this little leadwood tree here. I'm sure he's going to catch our scent. The wind is blowing away from him. He can't smell us now. Maybe he can. I feel the wind shifting slightly now that the sun's gone down. Definitely the wind is blowing straight towards him, so if this elephant picks up our scent and starts to want to come to investigate, we'll just make our way away. But, I mean, he's caught our scent before this a number of times, so he's probably going to come this way. It's probably a good opportunity for us to start moving away from this elephant. See that? See how he lifts his trunk up? Come a bit closer, Karen. Just take the belt. See how he's got his head up? He saw us and himself look big. He's actually going to go back towards the rest of the bulls that are just behind him. It's a good opportunity just to keep moving away from this elephant. Let him come so close that he feels uncomfortable with us. As long as we move away in good, calm time, he'll continue doing what he was doing. So even now I can see he's putting his trunk back down. He's starting to feed on some of the vegetation. So it's amazing how you can avoid the conflict just by moving away soon enough. Right, but in the meantime, we'll send you over to Shala and we'll get a bit of distance and see if we can get one last view of this elephant.
That is a perfect example of how different it is being in the vehicle and being on foot. In the vehicle, we talk to the elephants, let them know we're not a threat, but on foot, you want to make sure that the elephants don't even notice that you're there. Well, here, firstly, we're all alive, and Wendy is alive. Wendy is my car, everyone. Everybody is well. She's starting, and we have just the most spectacular scene here. On quarantine, beautiful sky. Look at these colors. And that moon with these kudu. Isn't it beautiful? some of my favorite colors right there. Oh, who am I kidding? I can't pick a favorite color. But that's, I guess, why this works for me. Lots of colors there. And it's my dream to be here at the right time when the moon is rising, to get a shot here on the horizon with an antelope in it. Maybe the moon between its horns. Just lovely, lovely, lovely. Hi, Debbie. You'd like to know how common are kudus in Djuma? We see them quite often, I must say. Definitely not as common as an impala. But we see them pretty often. I'd say in terms of the animals we see most antelope-wise. Impala we see obviously very, very often. Kudu, so impala there's about 300,000 in the Kruger. Kudu there's about 15 to 17,000. So still a lot, but nearly not as much as they are impalas. Duikers and Steenbok, we don't see them as often as we probably could. But I'm not sure about their population size. But also they're really good at being hidden. Nyalas, we don't have a very large population of Nyala here. In fact, it's, the numbers for Nyalas is quite shaky, so unpredictable. You get them actually more in KZN than you would around here. Then I would say Wildebeest are around the same amount as kudu in this area. Also in that about 15,000 or up or towards 15,000, a little bit less than that. Waterbuck is less than that. Waterbuck is only about 7,000, I think. But these numbers that I'm thinking of are numbers that I remember learning when I first started here. And that was from a consensus that I think was, or census that was from 2010 or 2013, something like that. So it was a while ago. But I distinctly remember that kudu numbers were about 17,000. There was a range, but I think the upper number was 17,000. Hardly as numerous as impalas. Well, now that our towing journey has taken us all the way from the northeastern corner back to the central parts of Djuma. We're now going to go to the south, I think. But I'm going to send you over to U1 at Tswalu with these wild dogs.
Welcome back, everybody. And so these dogs have pushed even further through west. As we can see, look at that gorgeous image of these animals coming through. The alpha female, her head is just dropped. Coming through this area, it almost looks like they've picked up on a scent here of something. These dogs are not really in a strong hurry at the moment. It's almost like they know that the moonlight is up front ahead of them this evening. So the possibilities are that she's knowing from the alpha female's perspective, from that point of view, that there is a strong possibility that they're going to be able to be hunting at night as well. So yeah, there's no need for them to really push too hard at the moment. That's why it's just a walking motion. But let's say it does happen that they might actually stumble across something right now. You can see they are looking for something. From the alpha and beta males' point of views, they are looking fairly hungry at the moment. So for their sake, that might be the reasoning behind why they are trying to push through for something here. Okay, so I can see they might be actually sensing something here. So David, you're asking if the alpha female's pups would be next in line for becoming alpha female. I mean, yeah, basically like that. So the alpha female, she would be replaced by the beta female. So the current beta female would be the first one to be taking that next hierarchical position from that point of view. But yeah, the pups in the hierarchy system, they just become part of the supportive unit structure of the wild dog hierarchy pack system. But yeah, generally it comes through to the situation that you would find the litter itself and the next litter and the next litter, they all just become part of the pack itself, strengthening the numbers of the pack. You can see there's a much stronger trot happening now. These animals are moving quite quickly now. Yeah, so from that matter, they just become part of the pack. You do have some dogs that's a bit more dominant than others within that litter, and they will definitely have a higher rank as opposed to their brothers and their sisters from that litter group. But yeah, they are not close by becoming an alpha position. And an alpha female of a pack of dogs would always be in that formality that she will remain the alpha female as long as possible. And it's just the leaders of a pack is not the leaders of the pack for nothing. You can see the pace is picking up on these dogs. We definitely need to keep up with them a bit stronger here. Yo, there's one just shooting through from the side here, the alpha female coming through. There's one dog, the alpha male to the top end there. It seems like the beta females just picked up on the scent of something. It's almost like I almost want to call it like they are after a scent trail of a warthog here. You can see she's just found the hole there. So I wonder if there wasn't a few warthogs that's been feeding around this little savanna section here in amongst these thickets. It's possible that anything could have happened from that point of view. You can see she's smelling down a hole. I don't know if she's just investigating in the front there, just trying to figure out what has come through this area. But you can see every now and again I have had the half a ear flattened motions happening. I've had them actually in that the might be, maybe situation. It's been happening a few times already, even when you guys have been away. And just after you came back, we've had a few of those motions. But it's all scent of animals that's been coming through this area lately. And just been coming through this position where they possibly could have picked up on the scent of animals that was feeding earlier on during the day in this spot. So she's just taking shall I say, a few seconds rest there as the pack is coming through the edges. It's interesting that there's different motions of speed happening here at different given times actually, where you can see those guys have just popped over the hill there and then came back. It's like a proper scouting motion happening at the moment. And then we've had the alpha female just bolting across from our side, running across in front of us. And so it's a whole scouting investigation motion still right from the beginning of a hunting motion happening. And eventually if they're on a full-on proper hunting motion, then it's one-way missioning, trotting and flushing up whatever they could. In the same time, we are going to send you back over to Trishala with an elephant by the looks of it. And we're going to keep on updating you about these dogs.
Just enjoy this beautiful, beautiful picture right here. Is it not perfect? And this little one was actually on top of the mound at one point. Oh, if it reached up its trunk to try and touch the moon, that would be amazing. And everyone is enjoying themselves. It's a nice small herd here on quarantine. It's just so, so beautiful with that moon. So hypnotic. It's extra hypnotic, I think, with the colors of the sky and the moon. The sounds are beautiful. They're so, so, so relaxed. It's just this perfect time of day. It actually is a really beautiful evening, everyone. Really, really beautiful evening. It's still a little bit warm. It still feels like a summer evening. Type of evening that you would have a braai with your family. It feels like that. It feels like a good Saturday evening. A barbecue, if you're not sure what a braai is. There's also some impala streaming through on the other side. It is herbivore central here in quarantine today. Oh, speechless. I love it when so many different parts of the natural world come together to give such a beautiful scene. Here you have mammals, the life that we're used to calling life. You have the trees, you have the soil, you have the sky and air and color, reflecting and refracting of particles in the atmosphere to give us this gorgeous sky. You've got the celestial body. And of course, the moon shining so brightly and the sun giving it that illumination. All of those things coming together to give us this beautiful scene. I love it, love it, love it. It's kind of like biology, physics, and chemistry all coming together. Marcus, you'd like to know if I enjoy spending time with elephants more than I enjoy spending time with leopards? Marcus, you should know by now, it's very difficult for me to answer questions like that. Although I must say, I do love spending time with elephants. But I love spending time with leopards too. I think with elephants is, and I've said this to you before, there's this weird connection or type of connection that they don't get with other animals, or that I haven't experienced with other animals, in the sense that you get this recognition when they see you or when you speak to them. Not like they understand you or anything like that, but there's this sort of recognition that happens. With leopards, I see it a little bit too. You know, when they pass the car and they look up at you, there's something there, but they don't pay attention to your voice. Or at least you can't see them paying attention to your voice. But with them, there's so many different antics you can watch and so many different behaviors. But with elephants, they're always doing something. Again, lots of things to watch, but they're never just kind of standing in one spot or lying flat. So there's so many pros to both of them. I could never choose Marcus. Just so pretty. There she goes, right under the moon. Oh, just too beautiful. Well, it's not even full moon, is it? It's still a little bit to go. So tomorrow it's only going to be better, I think. I'm going to send you over to Steve. He's at a dam. I think I'm going to slowly hang around here, or I might go to the south.
Welcome back to the Bafuzuk Dam, everybody. Live here with the moon rising in the east. We watched the most glorious sunset, and now the moon arising from the east, such a contrast, magnificent splendor. Don't worry, I've already done my howling in Johan's ear. Very special time when the moon is this full. I think it's only going to be full later today. It was up a little bit before the sunset. But allow you just a moment just to reflect, just like the moon is doing on the water.
WILDwatch is not having where just
You're right, man, a perfect time for reflection. Full moons are always a good time. Quiet moments in nature are never as quiet as you expect. Saturday, the 27th of March. Can't quite believe it, actually. Stuck in bed, it is magical. The stillness of the water, the moon, reflection of the trees, high-pitched whistle of the thick knees. Almost like a painting.
They are so good to us, I decided let's spend a little bit more time with them. Especially since we still have some light from this beautiful moon. That's really helping us. And, like I said to you, it's a bit of a herbivore extravaganza out here on quarantine. We had kudu, now to the left we've got some wildebeest, some impala. I'm sure there's a Ngala somewhere in the mix as well. And we've got the elephants. So it's just really, really stunning. When I'm around predators, I'm very excited, like I get a very excited energy from it. And when we're around herbivores, it's a very relaxed energy. Unless the impala's alarm calling, then you get tense. I love the sound so much. Hi, Percy. Good evening. You'd like to know how do elephants communicate? Well, there's a number of ways. I know you're talking about vocal communication, but let's just mention that they also communicate via body language, the way that they behave. So the lifting of the trunk, the curling of the trunk, the lifting of the neck, and the opening of the ears, things like that, all convey messages. Also chemically, so they pick up olfactory cues, they communicate in that way. They have an excellent, excellent sense of smell. And males will detect whether a female is an estrus ready to mate by using his olfactory sense. He uses his vomeronasal organ to check that out. So those are all forms of communication too. Besides that, on an audio level, they communicate with trumpets, rumbles. Those are things that we can hear. Occasionally a screech, but they also communicate on a level that we can't hear. Very, very low frequency sound. Now it's still sound, so that's why I say it's still audio communication. But it's just not within our hearing range. They can go down as low as about 13 hertz, which are very long waves of sound, not short waves. And those long waves, low frequency, long waves, travel a further distance. And in order to keep up with the hertz and communicate along those large distances, we use that, or they use rather, that infrasonic sound. We're just going into infrared now. Not infrasonic, but infrared. So that we can see them properly. But that infrasonic sound is sound that we can't hear, and theirs goes really low. It allows them to communicate over quite a distance. Sometimes you can feel when they communicate, but you can't hear it, which is very interesting. But it only happens if there's a lot of them doing it, and you're in the middle of the herd, or if an animal is very close to you and it's very large. Then you can sort of feel, especially if, obviously, our legs are at the pedals, but not on the pedals, but on the ground next to the pedals, which is metal, in the vehicle, and then that obviously is touching the tires, so the vehicle is touching the ground. And if there's a big bull next to us, and he is communicating in that infrasonic way, you can almost feel it in your feet, but you can't hear anything. Michelle, you say it's such a fun sight when we have elephants and we get to watch them. I just heard alarm calls, but they weren't actually alarm calls. There was a male chasing a female impala. Sorry, Michelle, they really are. It really is a great, very fun experience to sit with elephants. I also quite like about them is that when you're in their presence, they're so large, and there's nothing you can do to change their minds. You can't talk to them. You can't talk about yourself. You can't think about yourself. You can't. You just are absorbed into their presence. And it's nice to feel that kind of insignificance every now and then, and not kind of feel like we're this important individual. To this elephant, you're just another creature, and it's going to treat you like anything else. In the wild, you always have this kind of feeling that, well, you're human, so, you can jump in the car and race away, or obviously we have certain things that we'll do if an elephant looks like it's not happy with us, or it's coming too close, stuff like that, but that's not what I mean. What I'm talking about is that kind of feeling of dominance, that you always have some sort of machine that can protect you. And with an elephant, that feeling is reduced drastically. It's minuscule. That's what I love about them. It's almost very, very freeing. Because you can't do anything. They're there and you're in their presence, and you just have to enjoy it, despite what the dangers might be. Just beautiful. They're a little bit far away from our IR now. So we're going to maybe have a look around here, maybe move off towards the den. That's not too far away.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything WildEarth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the WildEarth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank WildEarth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Welcome back, guys. We have literally... There we go, that's it, as I was about to explain. And off the dogs go. They have just picked up on a fresh scent over here, and you can see the dust flying in front of us. There we go, they caught it, whatever they have. They've got a warthog. For all the sensitive viewers, sorry for this crazy image. But yeah, apologies for that image and the sounds and everything. But this is a fantastic sighting, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For all the sensitive viewers, maybe just from a parental guidance point of view, just take care of your kids and maybe just have them not looking at the scene at the moment. I hope everybody's fine with this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's another water coming out from nowhere. Just try to push them off. Guys, so I'm going to just keep the noises down a bit. Let nature talk about, and we just experience it with nature sounds. You can hear this other warthog is literally just, he is losing it because he's trying to protect his friend. What? How's people reacting? How's people reacting? What a crazy, insane sighting. Look at this warthog female trying to protect Yeah, I couldn't agree more, guys. It's the way nature goes. Dogs need to survive, and definitely it's a bit of a difficult situation to sometimes see a live kill happening like this. But yeah, like I said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Something like this happens once in your life. But yeah, this is nature's ways. This is how it goes. So what they would do with this animal is that they disembowel the animal and they take it off its feet and they go for the vital organs first things first. And the thing is that this chase wasn't too long. We had them a long time where they've been picking up on the scent, and I kept on saying to BK that we're going to have to maybe ask for a quick link to the site, because we could every time see that these animals were picking up on a fresh scent and they were gaining on this fresh scent. And so then eventually, as you just came back to us, that's when they picked up on the fresh scent even furthermore, and we could see their half ears going flat down. As I was trying to create the scene and trying to prepare you guys for this happening, then it just happened straight away. But just an incredible sighting to see this live hunt happening in front of us. So, as I was saying, the longer the chase, the more adrenaline will pump through the body, and so it gets to the point that it will seem like the animal is staying a bit longer alive, but it's actually more to do with adrenaline keeping the body going. I've had some sightings before where it's been happening where the vital organs have been removed entirely from a carcass, and then the animal is still, it seems like it's alive, but it's impossible, because the thing is that the vital organs that's present within that, that's been taken out of the carcass, no organism is able to be alive without a heart present in the body. And here you can see life has gone out completely. So this wasn't a very long chase, and in saying that, warthogs are actually extremely tough animals. And so the thing is that being a tough animal, it takes them a bit longer to give in on to death, if I can put it that way. But yeah, guys, what a crazy, crazy, awesome sighting. Uncle Hashi, definitely wild dogs it seemed like they are very brutal with their attacks and so on. What they generally do is they actually chase animals down in long distances, and then eventually, as the team unity, will work together, hunting down, grabbing the animal, disemboweling the animal off its feet and whatsoever. Listen to that sounds of excitement and everything. Everybody just trying to grab hold of a piece of that warthog and so. But yeah. It does appear very brutal at certain given points, but if you look past the actual kill situation and so on, then it gets to a formation that there's, and it doesn't seem like it in this formation, where this kill has just happened, but they do represent love mostly, where they take care of each other so much. But guys, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity we have just experienced here right now. To be able to follow them for a long stint, and then actually seeing the chase, seeing the behavior from the ears dropping all the way across to actually communicating with each other, starting the chase, flat ears going down as you just came back to us, and then the actual court motion that happened. But yeah, it is brutal. I couldn't agree more. It is very brutal to see the actual takedown situation happening, but also in saying that the bigger the pack of dogs, like say for instance you got 15 to 20 dogs, easily the kill goes down very quickly. So it doesn't take too long to actually see that takedown process. But yeah, you can see these dogs have mastered the kill formation for, especially looking for warthogs. You can see they were trailing the scent of this warthog for about 1 kilometer long already, since we've been starting to see them dropping down looking for scent or smell in certain grass sections and so on. But I couldn't claim it more, guys. This is once in a lifetime opportunity to see something like this happening. It's just so special to be part of something like that happening. And that proves again wild dogs are not the #1 killer in Africa for nothing. They are definitely the best of the best. And the bigger the pack, the better they become, actually, even. And that warthog that sacrificed his life, is another wild dog alive for another day. So we're going to stay with these dogs a tiny bit and see how they're feeding on this carcass. We will keep on updating you. Maybe there might be some spotted hyenas coming into the scene as well. We will update you constantly. We're going to send you back over to Tswalu.
Exciting. It's great luck to be able to be there when it's happening, but it is very, very intense. These guys here, we're here at the hyena den. These hyenas will not, as Johan said, not be too far from wild dogs. If they hear wild dogs or smell them now, they'd be up and gone, following them, hoping to get a free meal. But of course, you know, that's not how they get all their meals. They hunt at least 50% of the time. It's not as if we see them, the only times we see them are at leopard kills or lion kills, anything like that. I mean, how often do we see those? Not that often, so they must eat in between, right? That's because they most definitely do hunt for themselves. Further north from here, around East Africa and Mara and things like that, they actually hunt up to 80% of the time, so they scavenge less than down here in southern Africa. Here is a tiny. Hello, you. You just keeping yourself busy, like a good boy. A bit of digging. Got a bug buzzing around there too. It smells a little off here. A little rotten. And a tad fishy. Still more pleasant than my least pleasant time I've had at the den. There was one time it was just too much, way too much. Oh my goodness. It was Gert and I at the den. And it had this similar kind of fishy smell and wet dog smell and everything, all the usual kind of less than pleasant smells, slightly offensive. There were bits of carcass and things left around, so it's also rotting meat smell. And on top of that, the hyenas had eaten something that did not agree with them. And all of that wafted over to exactly where we were parked. It was it was very, very special. Unlike any experience I've ever had. And I can attribute a lot of experiences now to spending time at the den. Experiences that I would never, ever have had. Ever. Couldn't have even thought I would have those experiences. There's some lightning in the distance. That's interesting. And these two little ones, not bothered at all. They're just happy to have some milk. It's Ribbon and her two boys. Just enjoying their milk. Well, at Tswalu, those wild dogs are enjoying a little bit more than milk. They're continuing to eat their warthog.
So as you can see, they have just cleared out lots of the intestines there, and quite a bit of the livers, and quite a bit of the vital organs as well, as the alpha female is indulging into her meal for the evening. But yeah, you can see they have cleared out the most important food sources of this kill, because generally they would go for the livers, lungs and hearts, but mostly the liver, because that's the ions boosting as well as good vitamin boosts that they get from those organs, and that's like the energy boost that they get from a typical kill like this, especially like from warthogs. But then after that they will open up the hindquarters, eating the actual steak on the hindquarters and the backstrap, and then up to the meat along the vertebra to the frontal shoulder blades and so on. Look at that hierarchy of feeding happening there, where there's a certain type of pecking order. In big packs of dogs, you generally get the specific ranking structure of feeding happening most of the time. But yeah, in this formation, it's not a big pack of dogs, but still they do have respect, especially for the alpha female that is suspected to be pregnant. That they want her to be especially feeding quite well. As you see, her belly is bloating. Lee, I am so happy to hear that you had your first wild dog hunt happening. Look at this wild dog, yeah, just right to the edge of the vehicle, coming right close to us here, and it's most probably picking up on the scent of the other warthog that was trying to protect this one and trying to give some support. I don't know if you guys have seen, there was more than once where there was actually that female warthog pushing into the site and trying to save this one's life, actually. So that was actually a very cool team effort, seeing that actually in that formation. But I'm grateful to hear that there's a first for most probably quite a few people that has watched the show this evening, looking at it from a hunting point of view. And so on Tswalu, we get to experience that. Actually, I can't say a lot, but if you're going to be able to, well, we are able to follow up on dogs daily on Tswalu because of the landscape and the surfaces that we're dealing with within this areas of the dune fields, especially where these dogs come across. And so in saying that, we could stay with them for long distances sometimes. Obviously, we go onto roads, minimizing the long distance off-roading and that sort of thing. So we do go onto roads every now and again where we get the roads for the long distance following and the hunt and so. But yeah, we get to experience it actually on a good regular base. You don't always get to see the actual kill, but a few amounts of chases here and there. And we're very fortunate to be on Tswalu as a guiding team to be able to experience that and show that to guests. So it's a really, really cool experience to be able to do something like that. I mean, nature is nature, and you can never guarantee kills and hunts and whatsoever. But yeah, possibilities are fairly high to actually see this happening through this events and this type of events on this game reserve. Now you can see the beta male trying to open up as well.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Things are still quite peaceful here, although there's quite a storm brewing in the south. There's some lightning. Can't hear any thunder just yet, so it's not very close, but it is quite spectacular to watch. At the moment, we don't have a great view with the bushes, so we're going to stick to watching our hyenas. Ribbon and her 2 boys suckling. It's quite a warm night. And this whole scene is quite cozy. Ooh. Sorry, major lightning in the background. It'll just be difficult for us to see. Okay, I'll stop reacting to it. Oh, maybe Mpo is going to try. Oh, we can keep it like there. We can still see our matriarch and her 2 sons. These 2 boys will start to be weaned very soon. Hi, LT. You are asking something in a very similar vein. You are asking how long. There we go. How long will these cubs suckle for? So they'll start to, or a ribbon will start to wean them, or rather, the accessibility to milk will be more in her terms. Around this age, by the time they're 15 months to 18 months, they'll be weaned. So at the moment, they're 12 months. So she's starting just a little bit. You would have noticed that they are squealing quite a lot. They're very upset when she gets up, and that's because I could see nothing. It's pitch black here. Apart from some illumination from the moon. So I'm just seeing what you're seeing. You can hear the squealings. Oh, that's amazing. I'm not sure what's going on behind us. Let's just do a quick turn here. Okay, let's stop here. Jackson, you say the hyena sounds incredible. They really, really are. That whoop was just unbelievable, right behind the car. Someone's being chased, but I can't see who. It's not you, little one. It's the one behind. Now everything has gone quiet. That was quite ominous with the lightning, and then something happened, and the whooping. No, little cubby, you can't come here now because I won't be able to see you. Move it along, move it along. There you go. Okay, well, like I said, I can't see, so the only way I'm seeing is through the camera lens, the IR, which is the same way you're seeing, so I think there might be a hyena here. Gosh, I wonder what happened. Someone was definitely being chased. Ribbit's on a bit of an alert now, so she's giving a low growl, or rather a low rumble. Interesting stuff. I'm going to try and reposition to see if we can figure out what's happening, but I'm going to send you over to Tswalu and the wild dogs while I do that.
And starting the scene with a stunning cratered moon with Obi's pictures that he tried creating last night on that gorgeous moon. I must say, in my opinion, I just see the rabbit. It's a gorgeous image, actually. Now that he was talking about it and actually looking at it, that's pretty cool. Seeing the moon, but more so over seeing how beautiful that actually is. Seeing the different images that you can create out of it, actually. Yeah, so the moon is even brighter this evening. So say, for instance, these dogs did not succeed now, then definitely they would have continued hunting during the night until success. The possibilities would have been much lower, actually, if they, well, looking for warthogs and things like that. But yeah, I guess it was just a lucky night where they stumbled across during the crepuscular time this stunning warthog. Yeah, as you can see, they opened it up quite nicely now. The hindquarters is almost finished feeding on now. And what's quite interesting is that if they want to open up the carcass even more, you can see that they will rip it in a team effort. Dogs on all sides of the carcass, and they rip it a bit more open to get to the soft, juicy steak, if I can put it that way. James, I couldn't agree more. You commenting that you feel sorry for the warthog, but you're glad that the dogs have got something to eat. And it's definitely, I must say, I am also very happy to see that they have succeeded. You see, the thing is that we cannot afford to lose a single wild dog these days in Africa anymore. The thing is just that the numbers are just too low, and there is thousands of warthogs. And warthogs breed extremely fast, extremely quickly. So there's a lot of youngsters, a lot of piglets out and about at the moment as well. And we can deal with them being as prey. But dogs, we need to see that wild dogs have success going forward and have numbers going out and about. And yeah, so I must say, I'm very, very grateful that these guys have succeeded this evening, and so on. Okay, so BK is going to switch the screen for us a tiny bit, as we are losing light big time now, as we've just looked at that moon. And so he's going to switch over to IR light. So folks, in saying that, we are also not going to stay for too long, well, not much longer with these dogs, as in, let's say, in about 10 minutes time or so, we will most probably going to have to leave these dogs, just because they are day active animals, and out of a respect point of view, we should not be with them at night time, just because they're day active animals. Now, it doesn't say that because the moon is bright and they are still fairly active feeding, that allows us to actually stay a bit longer. The IR light that we have on the camera actually allows us to view them without any spotlight, but at the same time we should not be with day active animals at night time, just because lots of their senses are dipping where they can't see effectively. So yeah, from that respective point of view, we are most probably going to see you once more with these dogs for this evening, and then we'll most probably go over into nighttime viewing, looking for some nocturnal animals. But for now, we're going to enjoy it for a few minutes more. We're going to send you over to Steve, looking at a beautiful full moon.
Welcome back, everybody. We have indeed caught up with the rising moon. Some elephants feeding in the vegetation not far away, and a storm electrifying to the south. Moments like these, we realize how beautiful it is to be alive. How does the moon move you, everybody? It definitely moves me. Emotionally. Has an effect on the tides. No doubt it has an effect on our body. Well, thankfully, you can howl and we won't hear you. I've already done a couple of my howls. I'm not going to deafen all of you, ladies and gentlemen out there. Johan was having a good laugh. He was wondering if the wild dogs were howling, and then I started howling for him. So there is something very primal about howling into the moon. But by all means, everybody, wherever you are, howl your lungs out. Don't mind your neighbours. Your friends might all think you've gone a little bit mad, but then we have, haven't we? Some hyenas have just started calling in the distance. below if you did indeed howl and frightened your pets, your friends and family. Set, beautiful moon indeed. I can't recall actually ever seeing a moon I didn't like. Funny that, it's always the same one. Different hues, different colors, different sizes. Always the same moon. Well, it depends how long you look at it for. I see a man's face, but then sometimes I see a bunny rabbit. The right eye looks like a bunny rabbit's ears with the body down, but then that right eye also looks like an eye with a left eye and a nose and mouth. I implore all of you, if you've got a pair of binoculars, to have a look at the moon sometime. Through binoculars really is quite profound what you can see. The man on the moon. It's a bit of a piggy nose. Well, as our hyenas start whooping to the moon, we're going to send you over to Trish, who I think is still with some.
Well, all the adults have left the den, but a few of them have run up towards quarantine and are whooping. So that's what I'm going to do too. Go up to quarantine and, I mean, not whoop, but go up to quarantine. Find out what's the story. Okay, we gotta look carefully. I see antelope, none of which are alarming. I don't see any significant tracks, at least with what I can. I don't see any significant tracks, at least with what I can see. You'd like to know if hyenas mate for life? Certainly not. Males within the clan leave their clan and become immigrant males in other clans, and those are the ones that females mate with. But they do not mate for life. Females will, their only preference would be that it's an immigrant. Well, not preference, it's the requirement that it's an immigrant male. preference would be an immigrant male that has a close alliance with the climate. That's an immigrant male. Preference would be an immigrant male that has a close alliance with the females or with that particular female. But it doesn't have to be. Anybody could potentially be the Djuma clan cub's father, any of those clan males. But there's just some that are more likely, for example, Comet and Saka. I think it was one of them that we saw doing the little mating dance thingy. And a ribbon, so the mating dance, it's not really a mating dance, that a hyena does is he tries to show himself off to a female, and he does that by sitting in front of her and crossing his legs like this, and then jumping and crossing his legs, and crossing his legs. It's very cute, and you don't get to see it often at all. So that was very sweet. So that's why we think it's probably, I think it was Comet, I can't remember. Anyway, I'm going to see if there's any clues here. Maybe there's a last minute leopard in our future, not too far future, but I'll send you over to Tswalu and that wild dog sighting.
Negatory. No, I just came back onto the radio. I was busy with live. I was live just now. Kali on. I've received a message. Let's go track it.
Copy, tracker.
And you're back with me. I am. Bit of a look around. Nothing just yet, except for gorgeous lightning and the brewing storm in the background. Let's have a quick look here. I can also have a bit of a listen. So you're going to see darkness until you see, of course, the flash of lightning. Oh, yes. Oh, that one was much closer. I suspect it looks like it might be moving to the west. But if it doesn't and it comes through overnight, we might get some good rain. So that would be nice, especially since I was quite disappointed to see that parts of the Mawati had dried up. That was so pretty, so pretty when the water, even though it was just trickling through, when it was coming through, it was very pretty. I don't hear any further whoops or alarm calls, anything distressing actually. I don't hear anything. Apart from the sounds of the bushveld in the evening. those sounds will be broken by that of thunder very soon. Actually seems to be moving closer to us. But at least we can't hear the thunder yet. That's always a good sign. It's amazing because it's a very clear night to the north of this storm that's moving this way. I can see perfectly the stars, the moon is so clear, the air is so crisp. And this thing is moving in like a blanket, covering all that up. Well, it's moving in like a blanket. I should move off and look for something. Hopefully before the storm does reach us. I'm so determined to find out what the commotion was there at the den. Let's see. See if I get any clues. Anyway, let me send you over to Steve. He's also exploring the nighttime. I hope that he's seen the storm too.
Yes, we are indeed. I wouldn't have any concern of that storm, Trish. That storm is very far away. It's been moving away as well, it feels like. Been watching it for quite some time. Definitely a big storm somewhere down there. Amazing how turbulent the weather has been the last few months. How many storms there have been. It's been quite incredible. Quite incredible. Mother Nature is a powerful force to be reckoned with. We're watching the storm. We're watching infants feeding in the thick whooping. Distance. I mean, I'm really asking for a lot now. It's quite. Okay, so we are on a very familiar route on the way back called Mamba, with a little detour onto a small little link road called Mamba Loop. And who knows what we might find, but let's do so and send you over to andBeyond and Ngala.
Right, welcome back everybody. As you can see right in front of us we have some two magnificent birds. I just standing there. And what you're looking at there, it's a saddle bull stock. Looks like a pair of them. So right where we are in the middle of the Dimbawati riverbed. And some few puddles along this riverbed here. So I think what these ducks are doing, probably here, looking for frogs or toads, or some common platanas that I can find along here. And I mean, also they have to be patient because even catching frogs in this water is not that easy. Because when those frogs, as soon as they notice there's danger around, they just move off. mostly move into an area where they can't be seen along these puddles. Leslie, I think you're asking why are they still awake this time? That is really a good question, Leslie. I'm glad you can join us. That's what I was wondering as well. But then I think they just, want to try to get that last few mouthfuls before they go to rest. But then also there's a full moon here, so it's quite bright. So I think they can see quite clearly around here. And I guess also this moon being this bright, it actually helps them to actually see what's going on in these puddles or in these waters. As you can imagine, if it was really, really dark, it would be a little bit tough to see what's going on. Once again, though this moon is so bright, I haven't seen them even, try or attempt to catch anything. Maybe it's just because maybe they haven't spotted any frogs or anything like that. I think let's just give it a little bit of a minute and see if maybe they will do something interesting. That's a good question there. What's the difference between a yellow-billed and a saddle-billed stock? So a yellow-billed, obviously they'll have that yellow bill and they're white in color. While the saddle-billed and the bill is sort of like yellowish in color with a bit of dark. And the shape of the bill, the saddle-billed, as the name says, it actually looks like a saddle. As it sort of curves right in the middle of it. But the yellow-billed stock, the bill is quite, straight and long. Rob, glad you can join us, Rob. Absolutely, Rob. I think they are really, really beautiful birds. I mean, this is nature at its best. Nothing paints like nature does. some few birds calling in the background. I think the nightjar calling out there in the background. But for now, I think we're gonna send you to Trichala.
We just saw what would, I have no idea what type of species, but some type of bush mouse. I mean, the common one here is a bushveld gerbil, but it was not a gerbil. Gerbils have longer back legs. So it just looks like a little mouse, not very shrew-like either. And we don't often see them. We don't often see small mammals like that. What the earliest mammals would have looked like. I often think about that when I see those type of creatures. But unfortunately, it hopped away. There hasn't been any clues either towards the whereabouts of a last-minute leopard. But I've just come around Western Quarantine to have a go, but nothing this side either. I'm just going to check for tracks here, because this is where Mulwati turned in the other day. So it'd be nice to figure out if there's a specific route that he's using. Even if we don't manage to see him, but we manage to see his tracks, then we know where to look in the future. No tracks though. I see some eyes in the road. Can't tell who the eyes belong to just yet. But let's have a good feeling. Of course, it would be a hyena that's making their way to camp, because they know dinner time, don't they? They're heading straight to camp. If they turn left in a couple of meters. Oh, looking right. What could it be? Oh, look at them veering left like that. Awesome. Okay, well, let me send you over to Steve in a bit of a bumble as I watch these guys turn into camp to raid dinner.
We are in a bumble. Lots of activity of elephants around, some dung and some branches. No hyenas though. Where's Trish looking for those tracks of Mulwati? Probably on Zoe's road. Where's Trish looking for those tracks of Mulwati? Probably on Zoe's road. Territorial leopards are pretty much creatures of habit. They like to hang out, move along, similar to as well. If you walk, I used to love walking. I still walk to work now. It's only about 40 meters though, but I walk the same way each day. It's not far at all. And then when I walk back, it's the same route. It's just backwards. Funny that. We have a herd of elephants in the road. There's no going forward. There's no going back. Now they're going to come as close as they feel comfortable, everybody. So just sit tight with us. I'm not able to move out of their way, I'm afraid. Too late for that. If you've ever heard of an elephant roadblock, everybody, this is about as roadblocked as it gets. Well, we do thank you all for joining us on this wonderful full moon evening, where as always the elephant energy is strong. They're all going to move around me, that's okay, it's not an arduous attempt for them. Lots of little babies. How blessed are we. Well, I'm feeling truly humbled by this. I hope you all are as well. I really thank you for being. I'll see you tomorrow morning, same time, same. Same time, same.